hello, happy Monday. We are at an exciting time, family, and I am excited to get to be here with you all. GME is entering an important week in my mind. It's not showing too much sign. It is showing some sign. But I think that this is the time. Macro-wise, we're coming down to the end of the line. It's got to make a decision here soon, getting wedged. So very, very excited for what's to come in the next few days for GME. SPY doing some interesting things this morning as well. SPY with a little bit of a gap down this morning and has not really recovered it since. So waiting to see what SPY ends up doing. It's actually 9:30 now. Market is officially open for the day, and SPY right now off the bat just kind of chilling. I think that I want to try picking up some GME this morning, so I need to be paying attention here for when I want to make that dive in, because I don't think I want to wait. Oh, interesting. So I personally am not yo, what up, Mike? What up, Miglos? You know, guys, I apologize. I felt pretty hyped from Monday morning last week, but this weekend I was really thinking about it, and you know, it's still there still could be craziness today. I could just be wrong about this. It's this week one way or another. But I'm thinking it's Thursday. You know, it doesn't mean I'm right. There's reasons why I feel that way, but I just want to start preparing people now that I do think that there is a pretty high likelihood it's coming later in the week. So yeah, sorry about that. But yo, I could just be wrong one way or another. We're setting up for it. It just comes down to predicting the final day. That's really where we're at right now. Could happen at any moment. There's really things that could happen that could set this off at any possible moment. And right now, you know, I'm just making speculations based on things that I've seen. I'm not talking to anybody behind the scenes or anything, so I certainly could be wrong about that. So yeah, we'll see. Right now, GME 2246 trying to push up here. So we'll see what ends up happening. Looking pretty okay off the bat. AMC, on the other hand, 453, and came all the way down to 430 in pre-market. But we are good right now. Chart-wise, not looking so hot. AMC, not looking so hot. GME did kind of have a gap down this morning too. We have retraced all of that, but now we are pushing down 2234. We got a gap below us here, so Les Sergeant Magenon. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yo, nice to see you both. Nice to see you. Hello. Hope you guys are having a great day so far. And good afternoon also, you know, to each of us. Right now, a SPY 571.20. SPY trying to push up here. I still think, again, I can't stress enough, I think that we have some waiting ahead of us. But we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening today. I'm expecting some big announcements this week. So yeah, I think there's a pretty high likelihood we're gonna get a Roaring Kitty live stream here soon. I'm thinking Wednesday, but who knows? And then I really think that there's a high likelihood we're gonna get news from GME tomorrow. Right now, GME pushing down 2222. Has Jared Lang posted yet? No. I mean, obviously I don't I haven't checked since I started the stream. But I did check right before I started the stream, and he had not changed anything. No new posts, no countdown, anything like that. So, unless you meant, I mean, like not since the GM thing here, of course. But right now, if you were to go by the countdown theory, it is pointing at Thursday as well right now. You know, he could remove 2 at once, or just keep not updating it, and that could just be a failed theory. But that isn't why I'm saying Thursday. That just happens to be also what's happening. GME right now 22.18. Came down to 22.17 in pre-market. This might be the bottom where we're going to come at. We'll see here. Might end up pushing down further. Did notice that cost to borrow was elevated this morning, by the way, which was nice to see. 0.54. Up from 0.42 for GME. So, I think that we have some more coming for the SPY, by the way, today. The Nikkei 225 was down over 4% last night, which is a substantial drop for basically their equivalent of the SPY over there in Japan. And I think it's just a sign for what's to come today, and I think this is just temporary strength in terms of the SPY, so just kind of bear that in mind. It remains to be seen, but I think that we're going to keep getting a sell-off for the next couple days. And we do have a bunch of Fed speakers this week. I'm expecting either for them to lie to us and say everything's fine, or for some doom and gloom coming. So we'll see. Jerome Powell speaks later on today, so maybe, I don't know. Oof. Yo, good morning, Geeko Gadgets. Good morning, Teasy YOLO. Welcome back, you guys. Really great to see you again. What do I think for GME and AMC today? If I'm being honest, I think that we're gonna get a couple random spikes that will give us signs for what's coming later in the week. But I think that it's gonna be mostly trading sideways like previous days. And I think that in terms of later in the week, it's just gonna be a stair step up, pretty slow stair step up until Thursday. But I could be wrong. Right now, GME 22.52. Still really not breaking the same ranges, and if we did break above this, we would still have to come up and break above this gold line. So, yeah, I just... At the very least, I'm not going to get excited about GME until it tries touching the gold line. So... until then, yep, I think we're just going to do a bunch of this. I'm expecting, though, just at certain intervals in the day, I haven't made any predictions in my head about what time those would be coming, but I'm expecting just like random spikes, maybe just like big orders coming in all at once, just throughout the week. SPY 571.34. SPY went up to 571.94 in pre-market, which is basically the lows, or where we ended on Friday. So really just not looking too great for SPY yet. Really looking like Chewy could start breaking down here. AMC 453 today. In terms of Amy, I mean, I would like to think that Amy is going to slowly start pushing up towards 5. I certainly don't think Amy is going to go at all without GME really going. Chart-wise, it's really looking to me like it's just going to keep coming down until Thursday. I mean, I don't even necessarily want to say until Thursday, but I mean, just for today, it looks like it's going to come down, and then I don't really know in between here and Thursday what it's going to do. I could certainly be wrong about AMC. AMC is really weird. AMC is just not acting like a stock that's being purchased a lot. Why Thursday though? Thing is, I just like I haven't heard anybody else saying my theory, and it's not like I'm trying to be selfish with it, but I don't want to say it and then have it start spreading around. Like, you know, I want other people to have come to the conclusion without me putting it in their head. And like, I listened to everybody I could find to listen to. Like, I was all over Reddit last night, and I watched a bunch of YouTubers about GME stuff, and nobody's saying it. And so on one hand, I'm like, you know, it's great, I could share with my community, whatever. On the other hand, like, I don't know, like, do it, like, would it create a craze if I like did explain it? You know, like, I just don't. So like, I'm just trying to bite my tongue. I thought it was gonna be earlier, so it wasn't a big deal to bite my tongue. I thought it was just one day. And now that I'm like, I realize that I think it's Thursday. Now I have to bite my tongue all week. I tried even messaging Richard Newton about it. I tried. Oops, sorry, I left it on NVIDIA. But I wanted him to like. I was just like, hey, Richard, I think I figured it out, and I wanted him to be like, okay, tell me, instead of me just like handing him the answer and ruining the fun or something, you know, because it's still speculation until it's proven, anyways. But he never asked, so I just didn't. We didn't talk about it. Well, I did tell him I wanted to talk in a Discord call, and so that might have been a dissuasion. He doesn't really know me like that. Either way, yeah, I'm sorry that that's cryptic and not helpful at all. I saw some signs, and that's what made me think it, and it lines up with a bunch of other things at the same time, like, well, like the Jared Line countdown for one, but that's not really a big thing. Some anticipation for some GME announcements that I thought would be coming in October, among some other things. Apex Tailwind on Thursday, which also just conveniently lined up. Buy some Duo. What's up with Duo? Duo pushing up after a gap up this morning. Fanged Network Group. I feel like I've dealt with these guys like 3 years ago or something, and I remember there being some sort of squeeze or something back then with them. I did not participate. I just remember paying attention a lot. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry about that. I did miss that question. Did you email? Yeah, I did email him. Yeah. In fact, I looked up our Discord conversation to find his email. Because it wasn't on his page or anything. I wasn't sure if he used to have it there and removed it or what. So Spy came up. Spy looking like it's trying to break down here, right at the medium line though. So we'll see. What is Apex? So Apex Tailwind is, I don't know, it's a terminology that I only ever heard from Richard Newton. So I think he probably made it up, but it's a term that he made up to describe, or at least that I think he made up to describe, an aftershock that comes from options expiring sometimes. And so it's a running theory that he has that at a certain time each month, that OpEx tailwind could be coming around, but there's things and reasons why it skips certain months, or there's like ways for them to kick the can down the road. And so I've been watching for an OpEx tailwind ever since June, and we haven't seen one. So it skipped all those months. And it just so happens to be that the date that's projected for the next potential OpEx tailwind would be Thursday. And considering it skipped all those months, and this is the first month that almost makes sense, because the other months, like July and September at least, had holidays in them, and the holidays are speculated to mess with the OpEx tailwind in August, but it's really looking like we're just due for an OpEx tailwind. It's kind of weird. I didn't know what they were at all until I heard them from Richard, and I'm still learning a little bit, but yeah. I've seen him do the data from history going back like 6 years worth of data and plotting when an OpEx tailwind happened all those times, so it's not nothing. Oh, when is the OpEx? I'm sorry about that. It's Thursday, the October 3rd. No one gets it by requesting access to his spreadsheet. Oh, okay. Did he answer you? Yeah, he did answer, but like, I at first I was just like, hey, Richard, because I thought he'd like be like, okay, let's do it. I was like, hey, Richard, I think I figured it out. I really would like to tell you in a Discord call though, because I don't really like writing long essays and things if I don't have to. But then he was like, oh, okay, great, cool, I'm glad you figured it out. I haven't figured it out yet. And he didn't really even respond to the whole like call part. So maybe he just didn't want to, maybe felt uncomfortable, so I didn't really push it. I did email him one more time just to kind of clarify. I'm like, hey, just so you know, like, I'd really like to, I don't really want to send this over without you at least like asking for permission for it, like asking for it, because like, maybe he doesn't want to see the answer or something. He already knows I got it. He didn't feel compelled the first time. So I was like, hey, it'd be great if we could get into a call, whatever. And he didn't answer that last email though. So I'm still kind of waiting, but I feel like his lack of answer is the answer. But that's okay. So I didn't really get that person to bounce that off of. This song sounds like one of those AI songs. I can't stop hearing it. So the question is, I'm trying to buy a little bit more GME here, but wait till the end of the day. Can I wait that long? Is that gonna work out for my options plays? Theoretically, it would. Be crappy to be wrong, though. I mean, I didn't tell him anything. I just said like, hey, I think that I have the answer. Do you want to, do you think you might want to do a Discord call? I didn't tell him like anything about it. I really didn't feel like typing at all. I was on my phone though initially when I was emailing him, so that was like a big part of it. GME right now, 2248, slowly pushing up. Does kind of seem like we're losing a little bit of momentum to the upside, though. Might start coming back down for a bit. Final moments to pick up some GME and AMC this week. Just warning, tell your friends. DJT trying to push up again, 1543 on DJT. Chewy did end up breaking down a little bit down there until 2917. Unity ripping to the upside, 2328, looking really good on Unity right now. Not entirely the morning that I thought we would wake up to yet. But still a lot of day left for it to play out, I guess. Sorry, I'm trying to decide here about some trades for the day. I apologize, I'm a little distracted. I'll be done here soon. GME 2244. Kind of looking okay, you know, not really looking like it's ready to rip or anything like that, but holding up. I just got 2 SPY puts, and SPY looking like it might want to break down here a little bit. I'm really expecting a big drop off from SPY personally, but we'll see. Came up, touched that EMA 200 line, and might just get rejected right away. Good morning, John O'Connor. Good morning, welcome back. Welcome back, great to see you again. It's almost 10 a.m. I don't know when to think that Roaring Kitty might, or I feel like it'd be something related to him, but might put through a big order and make a spike. Maybe it was him without him. But I think that we will be getting signs this week. Good morning, Andre. What makes me think that we'll be getting signs from Roaring Kitty this week? I guess just speculation that it's coming this week on top of the signs that we have been getting. And a kind of vague idea of what to expect if it was getting set off, would, you know, in terms of what the previous pattern looked like. So I'm kind of expecting it to look similar to that pattern, and at the same time, when that's happening in that pattern, it does look like there is like large orders being set off, and I think that Roaring Kitty knows that and will try to send signals during that time. Kind of like with the 310 thing from last week and the big orders at certain points. We don't have any point of interest for Arcade to post with. Yeah, I don't really think we're gonna necessarily get a post from Roaring Kitty, although I still for whatever reason I'm really speculating that he is gonna live stream on Wednesday. I hope I'm right too. Oh my god, it will be awesome if I'm right. By Wednesday Dome, it's part of the mostly basically tinfoil theory that I have related to messages like signs that he sent out. Again, there's nothing explicitly that says it. It's just my own interpretation of things that I think I'm right about, but I'm just biting my tongue mostly. Did you see James Johnny latest? Oh yeah, I meant to respond about that message. I wanted to watch it, but at first when I clicked on it, I started watching. I was like, okay, yeah, this sounds fun. I'm gonna watch this. And then I was gonna come back to it later, and then I later on realized before I came back to it that it was anti GameStop instead of pro GameStop, and I didn't feel like at that point I didn't feel like listening to anything that would sour my opinion, or like, you know, just go against whatever I want to believe right now. So I just didn't watch it yet. How was it though? It looked like it had potential. I watched like the first 10 minutes, and I was like, okay, you know, this is off to a good pace. This is the kind of documentary I wouldn't mind watching. I just didn't continue. But yeah, right now on Wednesday, I'm expecting us to have a positive day. Because we're going to be coming off the heels of what I think a GameStop announcement on Tuesday. So I think it's gonna be a positive day, and then Warren Kitty will announce halfway through Wednesday or maybe the end of Wednesday, I don't know. And then Thursday we go insane. We go ballistic. But I feel like I can just I can keep saying that all I want, and I'll just be like that YouTuber who just says for sure it's coming this week. But if I explain my thought process, then, you know, other people just might start saying it or whatever, and I just want, if people are gonna start saying it, for it to be natural. I don't like, so as like kind of a confirmation instead of like just people parroting what they're hearing before. But this is totally our week though, family. Like I've not felt so confident about it ever. That's why like I'm really trying to bite my tongue. I feel like this is it. Cracked the code, and this is it. Doesn't matter if I'm right or not. Like I don't need that validation ahead of time. All that matters is if it comes to pass this week. So hopefully, family, hopefully. But yeah, I should check out that documentary. It seemed like it could be fun. It struck me as kind of like a shill kind of thing, though. Like maybe it was paid to be put together by the other side, and so I was just like, I don't feel like it right now. I did hop on Reddit this morning, and of the only articles I clicked on, it seemed like it was FUD. It seemed like it was people trying to convince me to sell GME. Market's really just not moving right now. Consolidating in a very small range, at least, you know, SPY and everything else I've been watching. Another gap up from Chinese stocks this morning. So interesting. Like, I really feel like I should dive in. At the same time, I'm afraid of FOMO. I'm afraid of a rug pull. It looks like the easiest money, though, right now. I mean, like, if you're looking at GME waiting for the squeeze and you see something like that, I mean, that's such an enticing news kind of media hype thing. Yeah, it could be something orchestrated where they're just really that desperate. I don't know, man. I'm so filled with tinfoil these days. Nvidia starting to sell off here. I'm not sure if it's true, by the way, but I have a theory that the SPY is gonna drop off hard tomorrow. I kind of thought that it would happen this morning. I'll happily admit that. It does kind of seem like SPY's going to keep dropping throughout the day today, but I'm kind of expecting something similar to what happened in August here soon. And that, again, there's probably like the least amount of confirmation that that's going to happen, but I think it's gonna. I don't know though. Maybe it'll take a while for it to come to pass, I guess. I have no idea. I was kind of thinking that if the SPY drops off drastically, it'll probably be like when it happened in August, where it does bring down GME a lot with it too. So I don't think GME is going to drop below 21 ever. And I kind of feel like it's going to hold up at this 22 level pretty well, but I'd say 21 at the lowest. I mean, I looked at history, and not always. If we're entering a recession, though, then it does have a pullback, and so we'll see. Definitely can happen. October is the worst month, though, for stocks. Tends to be a pretty bad one. Costs having a nice big jump in the morning. Costs showing signs that it is ready to start ripping soon. Just a precursor for what's coming to GME. Duo still looking promising. Let's go look at history here a little bit. I don't remember. Ooh, yeah. Oh yeah, no, Duo is actually looking really good. Just jumped above the EMA 200 on the daily chart. Really, really interesting. Looks like it has a lot to gain as well. It's at $2, and it's at like basically $2 even right now. Duo looking very primed. Carnival Cruise Line earnings should be starting. Interesting. I used to like investing in Carnival Cruise Line. Pretty consistent stock. Looks like earnings probably weren't good unless they haven't started yet. Gosh, SPY just taking forever to break down. PCC right now at 0.8. More puts are flowing into the market throughout the day. We started pretty low, though. AMC cost to borrow 1.19, slightly elevated, not by a lot. Down to 1 million short shares available from 1.3 million a moment ago. Looking at the heat map, we can see Apple up a little bit. Nvidia, Amazon down around a 1%. Mostly an even market. Looks like electronic technology doing particularly not great. Earnings were great. Projected earnings looking good. I have been wondering how the recreational shipping, I don't know what you call it, luxury cruise line kind of industry was gonna do. What's the other one? NWCL? Is that it? No. NCL? NCLH. Norwegian Cruise Lines. Yep, Norwegian Cruise Lines following CCL pretty closely, it looks like. So if one rips, the other should rip. If they had good earnings, you'd think this is going to keep going up. We'll see. Did come down, bounce off the medium line on the daily chart, so we'll see what it ends up doing. GME right now, 2252. Trying to push up for some intraday highs. Came up to 2260 just a moment ago. This is a little bit more on line with the signs that I was looking for, just rapid spikes to the upside. I'm expecting these kind of things to continue throughout the week. We're gonna rapid spike, come back down, wait a while, rapid spike to probably a higher high, wait a while, have it come back down, and then just keep pressing us on upwards until we break through the ceiling. Yo, what's up, Warlord Mohican? What up, what up? Great to see you, Warlord. But yeah, so I'm kind of expecting that to this should just be about the end of this rally. Might keep going here a little bit. But I do think it's going to come back down, and we're going to have to wait for the next big jump like that. About to be a Debbie Downer when it comes to these like nice looking candles, unfortunately. Jolly in the house. Can't have a happy day without some Jolly. What up, Jeff Jolly? Good to see you. Good morning, happy Monday. Got here just in time to see one of our first thumps. Our first baby thump of the week. Really looking like Carnival Cruise Line could keep breaking down here. Should be a shame if they did beat earnings. Might just be a sell-off for a little bit before it starts pushing to higher highs later in the week or so. Beep beeps. So this time I do think it's going to be probably our worst pullback of the day when it is finally done with these highs here. I do think we're going to come down and retest this EMA 200 line before we do a lot of consolidation. Maybe we'll get another spike throughout the day. $1,500 on Duo. Yo, good job, good job. Yeah, Duo's looking really promising. I'm really wondering how far Duo's going to end up running, and that chart looks nice. GME starting to come down a little faster now. A small gap down a moment ago. SPY coming down to the EMA 200 line here on the 1 minute chart, starting to break down below that. Could be the early signs of SPY continuing to break down throughout the day. I really am going to be curious to watch later on what Jerome Powell ends up saying. Probably won't watch it on stream unless people really want to watch that, but I don't think anybody ever wants to listen to Jerome Powell, but I will be interested to watch, to look that up later and just hear exactly what he says, if he's hinting for anything coming in the week or not. Yo, Kelp Stash. It could. It sure could, Kelp Stash. If I'm being honest with you, I don't think today's the day, but I think it's this week. We just gotta hang in there and get through this week. Maybe I'll just end up being wrong though. I am not like a prophet or anything. I don't know for sure. But my speculation is that we gotta wait till the second half of the week. We are pushing up again right now. 2262, trying to break through and make new intraday highs at this moment. $300% easy options trade on GME, you think? Interesting. $22.63. Wonder what time that ended up coming through, by the way. What time was that? 10:10? Interesting. I should have done research on what all the potential time signals would be, but I would imagine 10:10's one of them. Yeah, you know, I really am interested. I bet that they did a good job with it, at least making it a like kind of an entertaining documentary. Seemed like it, at least at first. I'll probably end up watching it here soon. I feel like I was just thinking about maybe even playing it on stream at some point today, but I feel like that's kind of risking things. I don't really know how that would go down. Looks like GME tried coming up for a breakthrough here, but wasn't able to. It's still trying though, still trying. Hold on, I spoke too soon. 2263. I think we just made a new intraday high at 2264 just a second ago. Gotta go parabolic. It'd be crazy if you were right today. It'd Be a little upsetting because I'm holding money right now on the sidelines, waiting for us to come down and hoping for kind of just like a slower end of the day so I can maybe get some slightly cheaper options. And I would be a little sad that I waited. But I'd also be super happy that it just ended up finally happening. 2269. 2270. This gold line is really the important line. You know, if we start breaking hard above this gold line, then you can start jumping out of your seat. Until then, I am gonna keep myself guarded. Yo, Mr. DA. Good morning, good morning, good morning, man. By the way, DA, I can't remember if I ever corrected myself with you or not. But just so you know, I think Thursday is the day. Sorry, it keeps getting pushed back a little bit, but final pushback. It is this week, but I think Thursday is our day. But it is looking ready to go right now. You cannot deny that. It looks like it wants to go today. Looks like it wants to go now. Not entirely. I think that when it is finally gonna blow, it's gonna look a little different than this. But chart-wise, I mean, it's looking promising. Definitely, again, if we break above the gold line, that's go time. Yeah. GME does tend to be like that. And the stock market does tend to be like that. But yeah, just a little bit longer. $22.83, $22.87. This is really the important inflection point. We gotta break hard above here if we're gonna think a breakout's coming. I did not play very much this weekend, no. Tried streaming on the weekend and my internet was bad, so. Yeah, no volume though, absolutely. That was like my main thing that I was saying a moment ago when I said it would look different when we're actually taking off, is that I do think that it would look crazier with so much more volume. We're still pushing up here though, 2290. My line might not be perfect, so we still gotta break like above 23 and then some before we can really declare. Or maybe my line is pretty perfect and it's just faking us out. Like it's just too early to decide. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't really want to put FUD in people's head either. It's already going to be a tough week, I think. Well, I mean, obviously, like things like this happening make the week a lot easier. But, you know, just having to wait is already tough. Wait and doubt, wait and doubt. GME 2295. This is a little bit more like the sign that I would expect, though. Like that was quite the run. Still looking promising for now. 326,000 volume on that candle. $22.98. Even starting to make me nervous now. I'm like, did I make the wrong call here? Are we rubber ripping now? Yesterday's high was 2310 though, so If we don't break above 2310, then I'm not gonna get excited. Yeah, like I was saying though, my golden line, it's like a pretty far line, so it might not be perfect. You know, maybe it needs to be moved up or down here a little bit. Or you know, it's not a hard line in the sand either. It's more, when I drew that, it was more just like a guiding, like the resistance is around there somewhere. I do think that we still got to break above like 24 to really have a true breakout. But either way, like, it was expecting a resistance around this general area. Still ripping though, 2305. Looking very bullish, 2307, 2308. $23.16. All right, well, I'm really expecting a rejection around here, or it's starting to get a little concerning. Apparently my gold line was... All right, well... concerning that I need to not wait anymore on my options. But we are starting to get rejected here. We'll see what happens. 2305 for now. Might just remove my gold line after that, man. That was... CCL. Yo, what up, DB? That's awesome, man. Big congratulations on the CCL. I feel like I'm kind of like holding my breath here, trying to decide what's happening. We are getting very overbought on the RSI right now, though. I really appreciate you, Kelp. I'm gonna have to try jumping in something with you guys one of these times. After GME happens, I'm so excited to start looking around the market again for different plays. GME looking more and more like this is actually where we're gonna get rejected at. 2303. That's a little bit more what I would expect to be coming. That was still more than I even anticipated, but you know, thumps like that to the upside all throughout the week until we finally break out above I don't know, I would think like either 2380 or 24. I think it's 2380. It's the last time I looked, is like really the top end that we need to break above. Might have been 2480, but I think it was 2380. SPY starting to push up hard here. 571 on SPY. Really just taking its sweet time to play out. Wonder if SPY is actually going to come up and retest these highs. We shall see.
It's the calm before the storm. Things aren't as they were before. You best start bracing.
GME already trying to push up again at 2302.
Shut the gates, forget us now. Tides are changing. Can you hear the sound?
Still don't have our 4-hour fully curled up yet. 2-hour looking good though.
Found the one we're doing. Things about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it move.
Kind of expecting a big retracement here, but we could keep pushing up. I didn't think we were going to get that much as is.
Can you hear the sound?
I can just move that.
With the ground beneath your feet, with a whisper in the trees. Do you feel us watching?
Chewy continuing to break down here. Intraday low of 29.15 on Chewy. I don't know. I think the SPY's going to come down all throughout the week. That's me though. I'm pretty bearish.
Can't stop us now. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things about to change, it's evolution.
In fact, if I'm being honest, I'm kind of looking for a big drop off between today and tomorrow. Like substantial drop off, but I could just be wearing tinfoil. GME right now 2284. Dropping kind of fast, shifting red on the MACD.
Things about to change, it's evolution.
About to break below the medium line.
Ground, you feel it moving. With the revolution.
When I see you dancing, I'm like, hola, 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 hola. With your move fancy, make me wanna hola, 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 hola. I got your attention, spending that moolah, 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 moolah.
AMC was just up to 458 a moment ago. Spiked when GME spiked. If you even want to call that a spike. We're up 3 cents. Nah, it's actually a 5 cents to be fair. GME could be getting a bounce here. I kind of don't think we are, but it is a green candle. Doesn't look like there's been any real change on the stock heat map. Still looking like we're holding mostly steady. PCC right now though, 0.77. More calls coming into the market. It's getting pretty low on the PCC though too. Could be hitting a point where they're really going to want to push it down. Looks like we're hitting a double top at the moment. I wonder what time Jerome's speaking tonight. I feel like it's gonna be like 2 p.m. or something. I don't know, I keep thinking about it, and I'm wondering if they're gonna drop the markets off really bad after his speech. Like he's just setting up to say something that's gonna set up the market so they could hide the real reason why the markets are gonna sell off. Gosh, I've never been a conspiracy theorist. I need GME to play out so I could hopefully become sane again. But I really do think that's possibly gonna happen. Unity looking really good to keep pushing up here soon. What did I see on the weekend that I said was looking ready to squeeze? What was that? Let me see. HKD. Yeah, HKD was on my radar from a while back as a potential squeeze candidate. HKD here is looking pretty interesting in terms of the daily getting ready to turn up, and you can see here we've been stair-stepping our way upwards on the daily at the top of the bands even. And we still got at least another 80 cents to go before we're at the EMA 200 here, so I don't know. Looking good right now. $2 p.m. Eastern on Powell. Yeah, so really am going to be looking for anything interesting to happen around 2 p.m. Maybe power hour. Otherwise, maybe something will happen overnight. All speculation right now. Called the SPY reversal. You nailed it. Easy. Definitely should go up more. We shall see. GME refusing to break below this medium line right now, just riding the medium line on the way up.
losing control. I'm gonna show you how we lose control, baby. Watch this. Look, Marty Mark. Watch the way I start up. I've been going hard, but I can go way harder. Every beat I'm on, yeah, you know that I slaughter. And I'm always looking gorgeous, chilling with somebody's daughter. Yeah, she loving me. Say she love the way my chain sit and contemplate. And of course it says my name if you wanna wait. To let you know who's finna blow. Always win and check the scope. I'm only losing control. Oh. I like losing control. I get high when I'm feeling my flow. My mind is focused and I'm ready to go. Ready to go. Nah, nah.
Sorry, I'm trying to make some trades here really quick. Just move things around. Just bear with me a moment.
Always win and check the scope. I'm only losing control. Oh.
IBM. Interesting theory. Looking like it could have potential, for sure.
I like losing control.
GME finally looking like it's ready to keep coming down further now. 2288 on GME. Kind of expecting us to come down to about 2250 or so. Maybe you get our first bounce around 2274. UPS. UPS, interesting. UPS looking promising so far. Weekly turned up, daily turned up, daily in positive territory. Coming up here. Interesting. GME 2292, nice little recovery there. Came up though, just retested the medium line, looking like it could get rejected here and keep coming down further. Duo looking like it could keep pushing up above $3 here soon. Duo's starting to look a little more volatile. $450,000 short shares available left for GME. Looks like they used 50,000. I think Lux H has a lot of promise here going forward. I'm looking to rotate into Lux H here once GME does its thing. Personally, if it lasts that long, it's really close to turning up on the daily. It had a couple bad days in a row. Didn't even really affect the daily MACD. It's just kind of slowly curling up. 4-hour chart looking like it's just about to go green again here on the MACD as well. I think it's getting ready for a bigger push up here soon. And once it breaks above this EMA 200 line, I think that then it's blast off for this. I do think that the articles that were released recently for the negative, I mean, it does seem like they didn't crush their earnings just yet, but insiders are still loading up, and they just sold to institutions at 15 cents. So, you know, the institutions are smarter than that. They'll know if they're making a good or bad decision. I think it's just a matter of time. And what's interesting too about Lux H is the 1-year price target that's listed on Yahoo Finance. It went up from $6 to $7, which it was $6 for the longest time, and somebody went in there and updated it another dollar up, which I thought was significant. eBay to 66. eBay is looking promising. Speaking of eBay, kind of almost in the same boat. I'm expecting PayPal to really have a good resurgence going forward. If GME ends up playing out, I think that PayPal is going to have a lot of transactions going through it. For a while, you know, just lots of people moving money consistently for a long time and then spending that money. I think GME's earnings, not GME's, I'm sorry. I think PayPal's earnings after GME happens are going to be awesome for a long time. So take that as you will. Probably could say the same for a lot of like reliable banking apps. I don't know. I mean, I know SoFi does banking. I would imagine SoFi is going to be a big winner from this as well. SoFi, by the way, at $8.10. Looking good today. Price action today really taking a while to play out here. GME right now is about at the middle line of where our big bar was. So maybe we'll get a bounce here and start pushing up. Whoops. 136.75 pushing up on the oops. It's only 11 a.m. We still have so much day left ahead of us. 22.85 on GME. I think this bar is going to look similar to yesterday's bar, though, where we get that big spike and then pretty gradual sell-off. LuxH is looking promising to continue pushing up here, so we'll see. LuxH is getting really close to turning up that daily. People didn't hear me talking about this a little bit ago. I'm very bullish for LuxH going forward. Might be a little bit of a longer hold, but I do think a sizable pop is coming here soon. Yesterday, do you mean Friday? I probably mean Friday. I don't know exactly what I said, but usually when I say yesterday, I end up meaning Friday. My bad. SPY's really at an important inflection point here. The 1 hour is getting really close to curling back into green, but really has to start doing well from here. GME looking like we did get rejected off the medium line. Probably gonna start coming down a little more. Carnival Cruise Lines, not looking super strong. Not looking that bad, but is red on the day. Just came up, probably got rejected by the EMA 200. Could be coming down a lot more here soon. Norwegian Cruise Lines would end up doing the same thing then. Could recover though, we'll see. They did crush earnings, so... Feels like the markets are just kind of holding still right now, not doing too much. Could be time for a bounce from Tesla here soon. IWM was up to 221 today, starting to come down more. Kind of looks similar to other things. If there ever was a big sell-off in IWM, I wouldn't mind buying a bunch of that. Chewy down to $29. Chewy really starting to come down quite a bit today. Palantir was up to 36.75. Not looking very strong right now. Lunar starting to sell off 8.26. SoFi back below $8 at 7.94. Could be getting a bounce to the upside here at the CMA 200. We'll see though. We did break below it for now. So GME at above 23. I actually did sell a little bit of my position too, but because I was going to rotate into something a little different.
My siblings are perfect and I wish I were the same. Making bad decisions, it should be my middle name. I love playing with fire, it's my favorite. Watch it burn my whole house down, not feel a thing. One look in the mirror, don't like what I know that some
Bold. Does feel like we got time though.
I'm sorry that I stole your car. Ain't got those tattoos on my arms that don't mean shit to me. Maybe you should pull the alarm, so I don't take it way too far. Die before I'm 23. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Mom.
Well, this is what happens when I'm out of my
Listen, there's collateral damage, I gotta go.
I'm sorry that I stole your car. Ain't got those tattoos on my arms that don't mean shit to me. Maybe you should pull the alarm.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot holding still right now. I think that a lot of it's just waiting for the talks later in the day. SPY looking like it could be getting ready to sell off here, maybe. Still waiting for GME to drop down to about 2250. Amy 452, just looking awful. Amy just looking awful. Like, Amy looks so bad that I'm almost not convinced it's gonna run when GME runs, but I feel like it has to. But God, Amy just looks terrible. Not doing good.
I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look.
Yeah, I don't even know what to watch right now. There's nothing really exciting happening.
Let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bang.
Trying to find something that has a little life to it.
You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night.
Duo up 149%. Duo's like the one main one that's actually doing something. Lunar looks like it's selling off decently. I almost think that I should try listening to what Pal has to say. I feel like it's going to be important. Interesting. Nomura getting in trouble. $22.71 now on GME. GME continuing to look a little weaker. Came down right to the medium line on the 5-minute chart. Yo, what's up, Skiing? Good morning, good morning. Yeah, Luxage finally coming back to life. Quite a bit of a push down they did on it, but again, it's another one of those suppressed stocks. It's so close to actually having like a big reversal, though. I'm almost hoping that it doesn't happen till after GME, because I would love to rotate just a bunch of GME into it and instantly get 100% or more. SPY right now, 571.65, starting to push up again here. Still hasn't broken the pre-market highs. And right now, about, yeah, just not even looking that great. Still has to break a bit higher to start looking better.
Don't know what to do with me. I keep going hard like I'm in puberty.
I'm really gonna be curious, like if Powell says something like tries, I don't know, just says something that sets off the market to the downside. I'm really gonna be looking for just a rigged move. Something where they exaggerate how bad the dock worker strike is gonna be or something, and the market just sells off really bad. We'll see though, we'll see. Still got 3 hours till he even talks, not even till the day's done. Yeah, he does like to pump. He indeed does. Lee Otto with a nice big gap up. It's weird about these Chinese stocks gapping up so much is that they come up and then they don't really rip to the upside. They just kind of mostly start selling off. Look at this one. I mean, that one ripped to the upside a little bit and then started selling off. Came up, started selling off. Seems pretty rigged. Like during the day, there's not really anybody who's really buying. You think IWM's getting ready to dump? It is at a really important point here. It does have the 1, 2, and 4 hour curled up to green now, but if it curls right back down, that'll be look really bad. Having a hard time pushing up here. For now, it looks like, you know, kind of higher lows. So we'll see here. SPY looking a little worse right now, looking like it could be starting to come down a bit more. Bearish engulfing candle. See if that ends up continuing. UBS looking like it could be close to losing momentum here. Maybe it'll just curl up and keep ripping to the upside, but 5 minute getting close to curling down. I mean, the higher time frame's actually looking really great though. I'm just gonna take back everything I said. Just because those higher time frames. Lower time frame just was looking like it could curl down, but I don't think it's gonna. UPS looking set to keep going up. Small bounce out of Jimmy here. I think it's just gonna get rejected here soon, but we'll see what ends up happening. Maybe it'll be a new high push-up.
Bury my old thoughts instead, so you could feel the same. I lay alone with you inside my mind. We would dance the night away to the morning light. Can I give you all of my love till we dance the night away? Can I give you all of my love till we dance the night away? And we give you all my love, all my love, all my love. And we give you all my love, all my love, all my love. Yeah, yeah. And we give you.
GME 2283.
You look so good in the morning light, reflections in my mind. Missing the fights, I don't care if I'm right, let's just buy a bit more time. I live alone with you inside my mind. We would dance the night away till the morning light. Can I give you all of my love till we dance the night away? Can I give you all of my love till we dance the night away?
Ugh. Price action today is taking so long to play out. Just kind of like, almost want to look to see if there's a Richard video or something today. GME 2288 though.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. Cause together, we're better.
Candy actually did start ripping to the upside. Called this one out 1 or 2 days ago. This is another Chinese stock. It's an EV company. I think this thing's going to keep ripping. I think it's going to keep catching up to a lot of the other Chinese stocks. That's if there's not something sketchy going on in the Chinese market. But if they all keep ripping, this one should start ripping pretty nicely.
I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut.
All over the place.
Knocked out, I'll go the distance.
I'll take a look here.
We're a perfect match, pulling punches, or toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off, and we can.
What do spirits say? What do spirits say in the darker days? What do spirits say?
A little more nudge. Should get a pretty big nudge this week at some point. I don't know whether or not to think we're going to get much more of a nudge today. I'm kind of expecting there to be another spike like this one towards the end of the day. I just don't know if it'll be bigger or less, or... Theoretically, they're going to keep building throughout the week, though.
The mist is overgone. There's something inside the water. Don't know where
Probably don't need this gold line. I do think it's going to build to like 2380, so this gold line's just super not necessary.
home above the sea, and this story stays with me like a haunting melody. What do spirits say? What do spirits say in the darker days? What do spirits say?
Yeah, I get you there, just to lock it in. Makes sense.
I just want a bag, like an old lady. I'm backwoods smoking, I don't own papers, pass that 808. That don't shake her. Oh, bitch, you know I'm grinding like a pro skater. Baby mama bugging, I'm so quick to hit ignore. Buku bitches in my bed, I got scales all on my floor. I got money on the
Oh, I know, right? Yeah, I could burn it down at any second. They're just watching it, trying to decide.
I stay up. Put your bitch on my Snapchat. While I make her. She want a chance with me, cause she know I'm a rapper. I give a but I never get feelings to shorty. I know what you after. Okay, they watching me, they watching me, they watching me. They watching me, they watching me.
Trying to decide whether or not I want to put on a Richard video now or wait here a little bit more. Price action so far is just so slow and boring. Kind of want something to speed up the day here a little bit. GME is pushing up right now, but I don't think it's going to amount to anything. 2288.
I'm in my section, get hit in my section, then 12 gon' find your ass way in New Orleans.
2290. Let's go, Jimmy.
Hand if your hand in my put two in your man, if your man keep a looking. Act like a poopy, yo, biscuit tookin'. I'm not the type to go with them niggas who fuck with them niggas who stay on some fish. Oh, young and trapping out the bando, from the ceiling fan to the damn floor, trying to stack my money up. Cause that's the only way we can go. Tell my mama that I'm okay. See the money coming through the doorway. Got a bad bitch with a lot of money, that's foreplay. Okay, they watching me, they watching me, they watching me. They watching me, they watching me, they watching me. They watching me, they watching me, they watching me. They watching me, they watching me, they watching me.
All right, yeah, I think I'm gonna do it. I need something to like pass like 40 minutes or so. I got 38 minutes until noon. Maybe something will happen around noon. But yeah, I'm gonna put on Richard for now, and I'm just gonna kind of kind of hang out here and do that.
Monday, everybody. Trading week here. Let's look at GameStop really quick in the pre-market. Down a bit. It's actually probably good. It seems to do the opposite in the pre-market as in the open market, so we'll see. Made this meme for everybody today. It's like, I bet he's thinking about GameStop. We've got Larry Chang here piling up his PSA graded 10s. Good job, Larry. But then I figured, you know, it's double pros week, so I would encourage people. You know, I don't really encourage people to do much, honestly. I'm not trying to tell people what kind of financial advice to make, anything like that. You don't have to donate to the channel. I'm just going to go through these again for the sake of doing it regularly so people know what is going on here. We're just having fun talking about GameStop. So not trying to get people to buy GameStop, not trying to get people to donate, like, subscribe, promote, or share the content of the channel or anything like that. Just having fun. Someone said recently in a comment somewhere else, like, it feels like a YouTube channel from back in the day before everything became ultra monetized and like everything's a business. Everyone's just trying to make a ton of money. I'm just here with my camera on, 4 o'clock in the morning, talking about GameStop, drinking my coffee.
Yikes, up working so late. Sorry to hear that.
Fact check everything I say because I could totally get stuff wrong. I'm just learning as I go here. Not talking about buying GameStop, not talking about anything related to any other stocks. Please be nice to one another. There's a lot of negativity on the internet, and like, I gotta say, someone posted something. It was like, hey, I'll get to it later, but I would just say, like, hey, if you're posting something negative, think about how that reflects on the whole community, and maybe just word it a different way. You know, it's not that no one wants to hear criticism, but like, if you're swearing, if you're saying something that has like sexual innuendo or something like that, there could be people that like, they don't appreciate that, and it really damages the community image. Not that it's a community, it's a random assortment of GameStop enthusiasts, but and then I'm going to talk about Jesus from time to time. You don't have to watch if you don't want to. I'm not cutting my hair until MOAS. We'll see when that happens, but I am telling people, if you like GameStop and you like the company and etc., then joining GameStop Pros and shopping at GameStop Monthly is a good idea, especially every quarter when they have Pros Week. And this week is double Pros Week, or these last week and this week, I believe. So Larry Chang is buying all these PSA graded 10s. Good job, Larry. I think that's awesome. Supporting the company. Maybe that's why he's not buying any stock right now. He's spending all his money on Pokemon cards. So I also made this one because I figured it's double Pros Week, so we should double meme. So I put on here, the SEC can't shut down your JPEG selling business if you print them on cardboard and wrap them in plastic. So try that, SEC. We are still selling JPEGs. They just come in the form of Pokemon cards now. So I'm going to open this box here. I think I've got one more box on the way from GameStop. We'll see when it gets here. Actually, I lied. I've got 2 more boxes on the way. So here's our unboxing of the day. We'll see what we get here. Uh-oh. Got all kinds of good stuff. All right, so we got, I had said didn't have this one. It is a League Battle Deck. So here we go. Got this guy. And then we got a bunch of Shrouded Fable booster bundles. I don't even remember ordering this. So we got 6 of these. Why did I get, no, 5. All right, 5. That makes sense. So 6 items in total because it's buy 2, get 1 free right now. So I think we got one of the booster bundles for free, and then we got the League Battle Deck probably for free or something like that. So that's pretty cool. And this is a level 3 deck, which means it should be pretty competitive with the other decks we've got. And we've been playing every day, opening Pokemon every day, as I've talked about on the channel. Super fun. Didn't open anything good yesterday, but had a super fun time playing. Was a really competitive deck. Did the thing I talked about in the last video, where I knocked out her benched Pokemons with my Pokemon, and that felt really awesome. I was like, nice. So what's going to happen today? No idea. It's the last day of the month, so last day of September. So congratulations, made it through another month. We should get fail to deliver data, I imagine, today. That'll be exciting. So can fill in fail to deliver data for GameStop on this chunk of time here, the first 2 weeks of September. And actually there was some interesting stuff going on around here. This is where the share offering was announced and our good Q2 earnings. So that could be interesting. And then we've got XRT fails to look at and all the other ETFs. And then this is the last day of the quarter for institutions to change their holdings before they end up reporting 45 days from now. They'll report November 15th on any changes that occurred during this period of time. So we'll see. We could also see options related settlement. It's T+1. We ended $1.50-ish above max pain, and we're a year out from Ryan Cohen becoming CEO. And that's pretty much about it. So we'll see how this week goes. I'm excited though. I just got this feeling, you know how sometimes you just get a feeling, it has nothing to do with the data. You're just looking at the chart, as you tend to do, and you're, oh, it's going down even more. Nice. And then you zoom out and you're like, GameStop's about to do something. I don't know. I can't explain it, but we're coming here into the kind of like very tail end of our nice little 4-month triangle here. It's, you know, the top is disastrous probably for anybody short on GameStop. The bottom is lava, just rising up as the cash value of the company rises up. What are they going to do? So we've got the 200-day down here, creeping up. We got the 50-day, which probably should start turning at some point. And we've got the 100-day just cruising along. So GameStop is looking really good to me. Tell me how you feel about it, but I'm feeling pretty comfortable. I was, you know, in a different state 2 weeks ago when we had, you know, a really great Q2 call. I was so excited about this Q2. I was like, cool, we're profitable on a Q2. That's such a big deal for GameStop. Had not been profitable on a Q2 in 7 years. So I was like, you know, had been looking forward to this. It was like Christmas time, and you open the Christmas present, and it's just like this hand comes out and just punches you right in the face, because the company's like, cool, let's offer shares and raise money. But like, I get it now. I'm like, all right, that's fine, because our cash value blipped up a little bit more, and I'm like, all right, if we're building this really solid foundation, we could buy some good stuff with this cash. Okay, that's cool. And then market cap is basically rebounded almost all the way back up to where it was upon that news and just before that news. Like, look at that. Like, that recovery is really fast, and the operation value is improving as the cash value improves too. I was like, okay, I can deal with this. Someone had asked a good question actually. They said, if you, because I had done some napkin math and basically said if household owns 72.8 million shares in DRS, right, indirectly registered shares, and let's say there's 6 shares floating around in brokers for every one that's DRS'd, then that means we potentially as household own 510 million shares out of the now 446 million. That means that there's 114% owned by a household. That means this thing has to be short sold naked to some egregious degree, right? And I'm saying, and I said, I think in that same video, but I don't think it's as big as the claims of like 4 billion naked shorts, because that would be oversold like 9x. I just said I don't see a lot of evidence for that, but there's a lot of ways you can go about calculating this, and I'll get to this as well later in the video, because Region Formal did a calculation on this and basically trying to show 2 billion shares sold. So like my estimates are coming in at household owning 510 million. Region Formals is coming in somewhere around here. Other claims are putting it around 4 billion. And the person said, if you are leaning more on this end than this end from your, you know, idea here or your way of calculating it, wouldn't you be more concerned about dilutions, reducing the possibility of a MOAS type situation? And I'm like, well, it's kind of like a scale. Right now in the community, you've got, I would say, some people that are very alarmist, which is normal in any community, right? They're over here on this end. They're saying Ryan Cohen is the worst person in the universe. he diluted Moas away, and it's never going to happen. And anybody pro dilution is a shill, and I hate them. I don't like using that word though, and that's kind of extremist anyway too. So, but they're saying something along the lines of this, right? And then over here, you got these other people that are like, dilution is amazing. Let's dilute our way into the S&P 500. Dilute,
That's what I was thinking. Just a hedgy.
Yes, cash is king. You know, I'm kind of being silly with this whole thing, but you know, like these are two viewpoints, and it's like not 0 and 1. It's like 0 and 10. And it's possible for people to be like, I came out and I was like, oh no, we got diluted. I made a video at like 12 in the morning and was like all the way over here. And then then I did some napkin math and was like, all right, we're going to raise about $400 million. Okay, that's a little bit better. Then I look at the cash value and I'm like, okay, like we're raising our cash floor. Then I see now, you know, market cap's actually almost back to where it was, and operation value is almost back to where it was. Cash value keeps rising. I'm like, okay, maybe I'm here, right? So I think most people are doing something like what I'm doing. They're just, you know, learning as they go and fluctuating in between. And the people that are really strongly opinionated one way or another are just probably a minority, you know? So maybe that answers that person's question of, even though, like, I can't really get on board with it being diluted this hard. I mean, over like naked shorted this hard, like 4 billion shares worth. But this seems pretty reasonable to me, like totally reasonable. Like some degree of naked shorting via swaps and whatever else, right? But maybe it's somewhere here, you know. So similarly, it's like you could probably ask people, what degree do you think this thing has been egregiously sold? And it's like, well, there's going to be people who are here that are like, it's probably all legit on the up and up shorts. There's just a lot of ways they could short. Honestly, they could have emptied out all the ETFs and mutual funds, right? And then there's people that are like, this thing is sold 10 billion times. So people are going to fluctuate in between as data and the stock does different things too. So I think it's possible that most people are just in the middle on both of these topics, and they kind of interrelate to each other. So let's talk about some data points of interest here. Shares available coming up slightly this morning, but it's cool to see the lend pool so depleted. You got to remember, there were 4 million shares available on Interactive Brokers just last week. Now we're down to a tenth of that all of a sudden. What's up with that? Look at the depletion here. Very exciting. Cost to borrow hasn't moved up yet. None of these have updated, so they're not of interest. And then we can look at shares outstanding on XRT. Keeps falling. It finally updated this morning. I have to wait all the way until then. So what did it say? 4.35. So we're seeing continued redemption on the ETFs, XRT included. So they're moving in tandem into a redemption cycle down here. Actually, was there a little bit of creation? There was a little bit of creation actually on the other one. So once XRT starts creating too, once it hits a bottom, should put some demand on the stock, in theory. So we'll see. What else is worth looking at here? Kitty's charts, already looked at those. Looking at 3.5 out of 5 of the triggers, really good. So we'll see what happens today. And then I think we looked at these two. Yeah. So we've looked at all the data and all the charts. So we'll look at a couple cool posts really quick, and I think that'll wrap it up for today's video. I really like this Charmander. That's all I really wanted to say about this one. And I also like that this is this person's first card that they got. So you're seeing a ton of people get involved in this. I'm always cautiously optimistic. Like when GameStop decided to go into NFTs, I was like, all right, let's try it out. Let's see how it goes. I'll help out. I'll make NFTs too. And you know, we were tracking the revenue and seeing how that would look for the company. It didn't seem that impactful. This could be impactful. You know, we'll see. We are at like 18% as a company for collectibles. And as the manager of my local store said, they're trying to get to 25% at each store. That's their like target. So everyone getting involved in the PSA graded and product game on all these different collectibles. And it's not just Pokemon, right? But I think it's something that has a lot of upside. It's not as niche as NFTs. And I think you're seeing a lot of people in our age bracket, you know, young boomers, Gen X, older millennials with decent disposable income at this point in time, and a lot of fondness for this. Amazing. You got people here buying all kinds of product. I don't have these, or I have this. I don't have these things back here. So nice job buying lots of product.
Yeah,
This
it's coming.
person's
We're
just
close.
showing off
Good
this
morning,
stuff. Look,
Assidious.
this person
Good morning,
dropped almost
Mohican.
$2,000
27 minutes.
on all this stuff. Nice job. Amazing. This is what I'm
22
saying.
now.
Like, not only are the margins really
This,
high,
this video still has a lot
but,
left in it. He said he's almost done,
unlike
but
gaming and stuff where it's like there's a finite amount of
I mean,
stuff
it's like
you can really
halfway
buy. I was honestly shopping at GameStop as much as I could prior to all this, prior to getting addicted to Pokemon, and I was just finding it hard to justify buying.
GME's
more
coming
stuff
down though,
because,
so
you know,
I still
aside
feel
from
like
my
this is
budget.
better to have on. So is the
But,
Spy,
like, you know,
kind of
got into
significantly
Switch
right
Girls,
now.
It was like, all right, those are collectible. And then
Spy
now it's like
starting to
Pokemon,
look
they release something every 2
More
months.
like what I
You
thought would
gotta catch
happen.
them all. So
We'll see here though. It still needs a lot
it's
more to
just
go.
huge upside for the company, I feel. So nice job. That's huge. And then now they're releasing these, which I've never gotten into, like repacks. This is where somebody takes a bunch of cards and puts them into a custom pack. But other people are huge about repacks. So this is cool. Like they're trying lots of things now. So this is a repack of football cards. You buy these, you're guaranteed to get PSA graded 8s or above on these things. So it's just super cool. Like they can offload a lot of inventory that maybe isn't moving into these repacks or bulk that they buy from people. Super cool. And then I did not know that these even exist. So we got Toys R Us branded and GameStop exclusives. I'm going to put that over here because I saw somebody bought one of each of the GameStop promos, and then now I didn't even realize there's Toys R Us promos, which Toys R Us, for people that are new, fits into this story because early on during the Sneeze events, it was mentioned a lot, and the stock had been delisted and moved to like what's called the expert exchange, and would like have these incredible periods of like volatility and stuff over there in the expert exchange. And everyone was like, all right, what's going on with these other stocks, right? So once these companies get seller boxed into oblivion and bankrupted, then their stocks get pulled out of normal people's accounts. They vanish out of your account, but they go and are traded by these market makers or whoever, and they periodically blip up like 5,000% over there. So what are they doing with those? All right, just shows us that they're shenanigans, and Toys R Us is one of those. So it'd be kind of like a memorable thing to pick up some Toys R Us promos, but I'm sure they're all gone now that that people have caught on to that. So this person spoke with the store manager. Someone asked me, hey, can you go talk to your store manager and confirm? I'll try. I'll get my $5 coupon tomorrow. Good excuse to go into GameStop and have a chat with him. They said, from what they understand, PSA is going to do a special relationship with GameStop where then you can basically bring your cards into a GameStop. They'll ship them off to PSA, get them graded for a better price, and that way you basically get access to PSA, because getting access to PSA services right now is tough. And I was like, this is awesome. And people are like, they should just buy PSA. I think it's better to have the relationship at the moment be synergistic. You know, let PSA do PSA things and be responsible for tracking and, you know, making the market, so to speak. And then GameStop be the place to go where you bring in your cards and sell your cards and buy cards. I think that's better because it kind of like, if you put it all under one umbrella, I don't know, like it's kind of giving you a lot of responsibility you maybe don't need. So might be better just to keep it separate. And then I think that's just cool. Make each store a hub so that that's where people want to go for their collectibles. I think that's a big market and probably growing really fast. So I talked about submitting a petition. I'll link this one in the description. So if you're ever bored with the thing and you're just watching the stock grind, you know, in its little channel, like, when are we going to pop out of this triangle? What are you doing, GameStop? Submit a petition if you can, you know, telling the authorities, hey, there's something to look at here. And I think they are listening. Gary Gensler did ask, like, hey, can you guys, you know, write to us and tell us what to look at? And then we get things like this. So there are DOJ probes happening of short sellers. And now we hear this today. Nomura, a bank of interest to us in
I
the
saw
saga,
this. This is
a
significant.
prime broker that was working with Archegos, is in hot water after being investigated for suspected market manipulation. So they need our petitions and our information. So if you can write letters to the authorities, that's awesome. And I had said local authorities are good. International are great too. So you could, if you're in Japan, you can write to Japanese authorities. If you're in Europe, you can write to European authorities. If we hit all the authorities, the better, right? Because then, like, if there's a bad actor somewhere, we're just going to go around them. That's what we got to do. So then the last thing to talk about here would be two things. First one is, I like what Region Formal was attempting to do here. They were like kind of doing what I'm doing. Like, since we can't know the short interest on the stock, instead what we can do is try to extrapolate the long interest. And I've always said DRS numbers could be really helpful for that, because
Yeah,
now
no, it is ridiculous. Insidious, I agree. Yo, good job though, Kelp
From the
Stash.
surveying, people that
Crushing it on
respond to this channel
IWM.
are 40% DRS'd. So if the general rate out there is 40% are DRS'd and 60% are not DRS'd, then that means we own 182 million shares. That's already ridiculous, you guys. That's already completely ridiculous, because that's 41% of the company. But I just feel that that's really overrepresented. In fact, it could be as low as 1 in 10. So for every 1 share that's DRS'd, there could realistically be 9 shares held by household that are in brokers, not DRS'd, and then now all of a sudden we don't own 40% of the company, we own 163% of the company. So that's one way to try to figure out what the long household ownership is, which then gives you insight into how deeply short the other side must be. They attempted another one, which I thought was clever. In FINRA, I think this is FINRA, or FinTech, or Fintel, there is this measure here, which is the market cap percent of GameStop holdings. I think this is Fintel, right? Yeah, Fintel. So the idea here would be, we know that there's thousands of companies on the stock market, and what Fintel is doing is looking at holdings that they have data on, and they're saying, of those holdings, let's say there's, I don't know, let's say there's 100 million shares held, and is this in dollar amount or share amount? I don't know. That matters. It's probably in dollar amounts, but they're basically saying about 0.5%. So this would be, of that $100 million worth of holdings that, let's say, Fintel has access to data on, of like household ownership, $606,000 of it would be GameStop.
Yeah, if we could just track everything.
And that's actually exciting. That's a lot for one medium caps company, right? So this person's saying, well, what you can do is you can basically say, well, what's the total capitalization of the market, which is like 50 trill or something like that. Then you can
This is almost done, by the way.
multiply that by 0.6% or 0.5%, and then before you do that, you can multiply it by 17%, because household owns about 17% of the total market cap. So they do this calculation. Yeah, it's right here. So here's 58 trillion is what the total market is worth. 17% of the total market, from other data we know, is owned by household investors. And so that gives you like how much dollars household investors own of the market. This will be in all kinds of companies though, Apple, Microsoft.
Honestly, not the worst idea.
And Fintel says that of the holdings they have access to, 0.5% are GameStop's, and then you just multiply it by that. Divide by, see, here's my question. Do you divide by the current share price? I guess you would, because you'd be in dollar amount at this point. Divide by the share price, that gives you the shares. This makes sense. So you get 2.7 billion shares. So this would be, way on the upper end on my scale. That this would mean effectively 72.8 for every one share DRS'd, there'd be like 36. Is that right? Yeah, 36 not DRS. That seems high to me, very high. But Yeah. So what I really love though, it's an idea, right? This person immediately says, okay, let's use their, I think this is the Elegant Remote, I think is the person that does the backup. Yeah, they do the DD backup. Nice job. So they basically said, let's try it with a bunch of other companies. And you either end up with really small values on a lot of these large caps, or really large values on some delisted stocks or some seller boxed stocks, like other basket related stocks. So I thought that was interesting. And then someone's coming out here and they're basically saying, here's why this can't work. They're looking at the other person's numbers, but I think the best debunking would be to actually look at the comments. Let me do this. And I might not have.
Yeah, I
it
know. I
down
used to
here.
dream so much
You get
about where
weird
we'd be in
results
like
no matter which
2020. I
company
can't
you
believe we're
look
not,
at. That's the
not
interesting
closer to
thing.
anything like that.
I think this one. So Fintel's market share calculation is only from users that have linked their Fintel account to their brokerages. So it's going to be totally skewed, right? So alt has huge ownership, absolutely ridiculous ownership. So either household for some reason owns a ridiculous amount of alt, or some small sample of alt holdings are enormous, and those people happen to have linked their Fintel account to their brokerage, and that seems more likely. So I think it's just a limitation in Fintel's data. So what's probably happened here is some whales, some GameStop owner whales, have linked up their brokerage to Fintel and is boosting this number up. Even though 0.5% doesn't seem that big, it's enormous because GameStop should be pretty small in the overall scheme of things. So it's just gonna, and this number varying is gonna vary it so much, unfortunately. So I don't know how to deal with that. Like if more GameStop enthusiasts link their accounts, it's probably just gonna mess this number up more rather than less. So I think it's a good idea, and it's thinking outside the box because we had a measure here that could be helpful. But I'd encourage people to just keep exploring this idea, like what they're doing here, and other ideas. So how can we try to figure out what the true long position is on GameStop by household and others, and therefore, or skip that, but either way, try to derive or find the true long volume. I'm gonna read this one a little bit more, but I think they were just doing what the other person did. The last thing I want to talk about briefly here, very brief, hopefully, this is too long of a video already, is, already talked about the triangle, this idea. So I'm going to do a deeper dive on this in a video to come, but if people are not familiar with COINTEL Pro, I would say, read about it, try not to let it like depress you or freak you out or anything like that.
Dare to dream,
Worth
Assidious,
knowing.
dare to dream.
What is COINTEL Pro? COINTEL Pro is not a conspiracy theory. It was a disclosed FBI program from the 50s, 60s, and 70s that had existed before the 50s and likely still exists today in some form or another, because you can see a lot of the stuff related to it still happening today. So it might have just had a different name before and have a different name afterwards. But government agencies were surveilling, infiltrating, discrediting, and disrupting political organizations inside the United States, including like the
one of my favorite
anti-Vietnam War
combinations.
organizers and the activists during the Civil Rights Movement and others. All kinds of movements that had every constitutional right to exist. And the things that were done against these movements were completely illegal, and yet they all happened anyway for decades. So I pulled up, where was it? Here we go. So the purposes of it were to create negative public images for the targeted groups, to break down internal organization by creating conflict, create dissension between different groups, restrict access to public resources, restrict the ability to organize and protest, and restrict the ability of individuals to participate in group activities, character assassinations, surveillance, etc. So like, I had this, and I know it's not the best, but what strategies were used with COINTEL Pro? So like, what other things did they do? Yeah, psychological warfare, spreading disinformation, creating paranoia, undermining the mental health of targets. So as you think about this, think about the government, we know use this, right? Other powers that be will have learned from this or whatever. They'll use it too, right? We are in an information era, so there's a lot of stuff like this going on. But think about how if there's a dangerous situation where there's potentially 500 million to 2 billion or 4 billion shares sold short on a company, and they barely shut down this thing to stop the mother of all short squeezes, which billionaires said was going to melt the markets. Thomas Petterfy said that. And they would be unable to unwind the whole thing. Then why wouldn't they stoop to using tactics like spreading disinformation, creating paranoia, undermining the mental health of the targets, telling people they're crazy, putting out endless documentaries that are trying to malign people that are investing in a company. Again, this company has no debt and is profitable and has $4.7 billion. Everyone I talk to immediately says, but isn't GameStop like a really risky company? Just heard that this weekend. I'm like, no. But like no one knows because of all the effort that's been put into discrediting GameStop. It's incredible. So infiltration. The FBI would infiltrate organizations with informants and undercover agents to gather intelligence and sow discord from within. We saw this right away with Wall Street Bets. Leadership immediately all got ousted. New leaders brought into Wall Street Bets, and GameStop is not allowed to be talked about on there 3.5 years after the fact. In fact, it was basically immediate. Character assassination. They would attempt to discredit leaders and organizations through smear campaigns, forged documents, planting false stories in the media. Like, I've seen all these things happen. It's incredible to me, actually. It's scary to me, unfortunately, but I'm trying not to let it bother me. Maybe this will just be the long form video right here. Legal harassment. Targets were subject to repeated arrests or lawsuits, right? We've seen lawsuits draining resources. So the SEC shut down crypto and NFTs. GameStop had to pivot away from that strategy. GameStop leadership and Roy and Kitty have been under constant legal battles for the last 4 years. Extra legal violence in some cases involved in encouraged violent attacks on targets, including assassinations. Haven't seen that here really. Surveillance, extensive wiretapping, bugging, and monitoring of targets' activities and communications. Wouldn't doubt it. Honestly, GameStop shedding its revolving credit line was big because now no outside forces should have insider information on the company anymore. So they could have been using that to front run the company. Disruption of public events. They would attempt to prevent or disrupt meetings, speeches, and other events organized by targeted groups. Snitch jacketing. The FBI would make targets appear to be government informants to isolate them from the organization. Yeah, like you basically have people like constantly calling everyone shills and FUD sellers, and just trying to like there are probably infiltrators, but then like everyone constantly calls everyone an infiltrator to make it so that, like no one trusts anybody.
30% up on DJT.
And it's got to be so stressful for people, honestly. It's like, who do you trust? You can't really trust anyone. Anonymous mailings, sending threatening or disparaging anonymous letters to create conflict within the organization. Organizational
Yeah, it's crazy how they
placing
can do
FBI
that.
agents or
That's
informants
just
in leadership
so
positions
far out of line.
influence the group activities. Yeah, but basically just destroy the community. And I would say there was a good post on Superstonk. I can't find it at the moment, but it was basically like, don't accidentally become the cat's paw is what it was. So let me look that up. What's a cat's paw? And it's someone that basically accidentally amplifies this kind of stuff. Unwitting tool. The person serves as an instrument for someone else's agenda, usually without even realizing it. So hopefully I don't become that. I just try to like sift through stuff, talk to it, say, all right, there could be something here, it could not be. And at times I get like frustrated. I was frustrated. So hopefully I'm not spreading FUD on accident. But there's a lot of people that I would say damage the community either intentionally or accidentally through what they're doing. I could be doing the same thing on, and I hope I'm not. So I would encourage people, think about what you're posting, think about what you're saying. If you're saying something that's like nasty, like not everyone appreciates dark humor, and it's not always even dark humor, it's just gross, right? And I've talked to people that have been like, I don't like what I read on that community. You know, it's like people talking about putting things in their body or whatever it could be, or talking about parts of their body and stuff, and it's like, why are you doing that? You know, like, there could be just a normal person's like, hey, what's this GameStop thing all about? And they go on there and they read something like that, and they're just like, close that, move on about my life. You just turn someone away from the whole saga. Not that we need to like convert people. That's not what this is about. But it's like, it's not about getting anyone to agree with you or jump in or convert, but at least like, hey, I've committed 3.5 or 4 years of my life to this thing. I'm convinced there's something really, really incredible here. I want to present it well. I don't want to present as somebody using foul language, making claims about others or attacking other people, or being a bad role model. You know, let's be the best people you can be. That's how you win, right? So you think about, despite all the efforts of COINTELPRO and the people that tried to stop the civil rights movement, or maybe like other movements in the past, how do those movements always end up winning? It's because they rise over opposition, not through negativity, but with positivity, right? Because a negative can't defeat a negative. Darkness can't defeat darkness. Only light can do that. So be the light. Encourage other people to be the light. Just like what I did just now. Don't malign people when they're negative, because that won't work, you know? Instead, just say, hey, how can we represent this community better? You know, how can, not that it's the community, it's a random assortment of GameStop enthusiasts, but how can we be the best random assortment of GameStop enthusiasts we can be a light in this very strange world, and just be encouraging and joyful. And I hope you guys have an awesome day. As I said in yesterday's video, I really care about people, trying to flip negatives into positives wherever I can, but I always struggle with that too. So have a positive day, you guys, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hey, thank you, Richard. Another Richard video. Definitely be positive. If anybody wants to check him out, it's Richard Newton on YouTube. Very nice guy, very knowledgeable. Like to put his videos on when it's a little slower in the market, so kind of gets my brain thinking about different things for GME usually. So yeah. Anyways, that was actually perfect. Look at that. See, right after the Richard video, GME starts to push up, coming back to life here. It was perfect. It was just the amount of time that we needed. It's actually noon. Where's Warlord Mohican? Pat that man on the back. He always predicts it perfectly. GME pushing up. SBY had a big sell-off during that video. I'm kind of thinking that we're about to get another big one, but we are definitely going up right now. So we'll see what ends up happening. Might just get a double top here and a strong rejection. Might have just a couple things to do on the side here. GME 2306, pushing up kind of nicely right now.
Picking up the pieces that I lost in the lobby. I put you against the wall, you had us body to body. I can't help the way you make me feel, it's so hard to copy. Let's find common ground, meet me in a lost and found. Yeah, dark days turning into dark nights. I hit the strip and spend it all, I'm having hard times. I reminiscing at me looking through the archives. I seen a picture of you looking like a star shines. And you bright, 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 like the lights on a fight night, night. Love hit me like a mic, mic, mic. You know I'ma get it right, right, right. So stay with me, run away with me. Need like a dope fiend, need dope. Need like a coke fiend, need coke. Even though your heart cold, ski slope. I really hope the song bringing me close.
Nice, grats skiing.
Seeing monsters at your window. No, you can't sleep. You pretend though you don't have to play the hero. 'Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. When your nightmares turn to real life and the ground's filled up with landmines, we will
SPY 572.25 actually making intraday highs here. Looking a little better right now. Oh yeah, that is always very nice. I do think we are getting one this week. I think it's gonna be Thursday. But I might be wrong. I am really feeling pretty good about Thursday though. Just gotta wait out the week. One day at a time. I'm sorry, Warlord Mohican.
When I'm lonely in the dark, I know you are with me, yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na na na.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the Chinese stocks are acting really weird. They just like come down to like close to breaking down and just wait for intraday pops. Nobody's really buying throughout the day. Almost feels artificial. Yeah, it's in big trouble. They sure are.
When I'm lonely in the dark, I know you are with me, yeah. Don't you see that I need you so
GME probably gonna come down, touch the EMA 200 here again here soon.
that I love you so much. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love.
AMC hasn't moved during pretty much any of that right now. 452 on AMC, just hugging the EMA 200. Yeah, I'm really surprised it just didn't do anything.
times we had. I see it now, I see it now. Real love, now I break through to show to you that I'm more good than I am bad. I work it out, I work it out. And I'll be somewhere that you need me, and I'll be holding my breath, waiting for you to show.
3 hours and 45 minutes left in the day. Still a lot can end up happening here. Cost to borrow on GME ended up coming down quite a bit though, down to 0.4 now. Cost to borrow on AMC also came down to 1.15. IWM looking like it's getting a small recovery here. We'll see if it actually amounts to anything. Yeah, Dow Jones not faring nearly as well as the SPY right now. Dow Jones dropped off pretty much when the SPY dropped off, but has not retraced all of it like the SPY has. I think it's just a sign for what's coming for SPY here soon. PCC at 0.8. More puts have been coming into the market. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're definitely pricey out there for sure. It's like one of the last ones and before you have to start buying January. All out of AMC and put it in GME. I was thinking about it, honestly. I keep actually trying to sell my some of my AMC calls, but then it tells me that I'm not finding any buyers at the price I want, so just been holding. But I still want to hold on to AMC though. I don't want to be completely out of it. AMC might just be a sleeper runner here. You know, in a big way, that is. Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. I just know that AMC has more potential in it, and AMC's news with their debt is kind of a big deal. So we'll see what ends up happening. I don't really know what to expect. But one way or another, AMC should run at least to some extent when GME runs, and I might sell them then. And they should be in a profit at least, even if it's not as crazy as GME's. The thing I like about my AMC calls is I have so much more time on them. Like, my AMC calls are for like the middle of 2025. I don't know, I just had a crazy idea. Maybe I will do something crazy with it.
Killing me softly, I have to choose. Should I leave or should I stay with you? I am addicted, we are too close. One more day and I'll overdose. Killing me softly, I gotta choose. Keep my life or lose myself in you. I'm so addicted, it has to end. But why do I keep holding your hand? I am stuck and I'm hypnotized. Visions of you come and stay the entire night. My mind is buried, rescue out of sight. Crazy me, what do I not see? That you are living poison in my veins. Put the needle in me so that I feel free. I let loose, give you the key. Pray that you'll be dead.
Ooh, making some crazy moves today, boy oh boy. If this ends up playing out this week, it's gonna be the craziest trade of my life.
Killing me softly, violet knife. Once again, I fall for your lies. I'm so ashamed, this is my destiny. Crazy me, what do I not see? That you are living poison in my veins.
You're on your way though. You're gonna be an option wizard someday. I believe in you, Harry.
Pray that you'll be dead to me.
I don't know. I think Adam Aaron's pushing for it to get it up now. I feel like I don't think he's gonna dilute. I don't really know. I can't really speak for AMC too much. I try not to even listen when Adam Aaron talks, to be honest. But I don't know. Based on the little bit that I've heard him say lately, it seems like he wants AMC to go up.
You know what time it is.
GME just got a large... Oh no, that's Spy. Spy just got a large volume candle. 3 million volume on this last Spy candle.
And you know how we do.
Hasn't done anything yet with that 3 million. GME is actually above $23 right now, though, trying to push up. Oh, I'm crossing my fingers too, skiing. Make sure you step on the same blocks. You look at people the same way as you did that one day. You never know what the trigger is.
I've been making loot since like 22. Ask me how I made it right here in the booth. I'm always pursued cause of what I pursue. That's greatness, yeah, I gotta make it, I got things to lose. Boy, wanna get in my crew, but you can't get in my crew. Me, XL, and Huber, way too fireable. When this joint drop, better call the troops. And when you hear the drop, better raise the roof. Better raise the roof.
It's been a weirdly quiet day today. Not really. I mean, besides that big pop that we had in the beginning, not really anything going on. Not sign-wise. Something that I would expect to see. Still waiting. I mean, realistically, he probably will eventually, though. Feels like there's already a tremendous amount of outstanding shares, but he does have to raise a lot of money to pay off a lot of debt. So if he could offer a share offering at just the right time, he could really crack into that a lot.
Right, but they know. Liars. Right, but they wanna show. Singers. Sing what they told. But I know you got something else to say. Secret language, speaking in tongues. Snake like, tongue tight, you on the run. Tribal dancing, I don't know what you are, you are, you are, you are. Summer floating over my heart. We're both dancing over the dark side. I don't know who you are, you are, you are, you are. You got letters sprinkled all over your body. If I join up the dots, it makes me feel naughty. I feel like I shouldn't touch. You got a no touching sign. I feel like I shouldn't run.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think that they can pay off the debt without doing share offerings. So it's just so much debt.
Give me exit with your life. Addicted to light.
Nvidia kind of looking like it's getting ready to come down here a little bit more. I'm still waiting for Spy to drop off.
A real good time. Oh, I know you got
I mean, it's not the only thing keeping them alive. They have some pretty good revenue and all that, and they're projecting a stronger future. They did just have a really big summer, so I think it's the amount of partnerships that they keep having that has me being pretty bullish. Starting to team up with GameStop on some things and whatnot. Oh yeah, no, I don't particularly trust him a lot, but he's saying the right stuff lately. That's all I'm noticing. This stock, though, gosh darn it, man, it just does not like to move. I feel like I've never seen anything like this. Not when I know that the buy pressure's that much. That time, Skeen, it's that time. Speaking of that time, SPY selling off a little bit more right now. See if it's a big one, but like before. GME trying to make a nicer push up here, 23.15. Intraday highs at 23.19.
They all thought I wouldn't make it. They all think that you're faking, but seeing ain't believing. I know now. I take all your stupid, burn it as my fuel, yeah. 'Cause we're running out of time, so I'm gonna make it mine.
The chosen one, I'm not the one to underestimate. I want the throne, I learned the crush obstruction, rush through barricades, levitate, got it tatted on me, told them follow me, they see the vision, now it's 2020, clear as Tahoe Lexus, clear as day, no longer move around in fear, disarray, pray you hear me like the winter wind against your window pane, feel the bass, baby soak it in and let it marinate, it's time to hustle, gotta muscle up and run through barricades, yeah.
23.24 new intraday highs for Jimmy, pushing up. $23.29 setting new highs. Let's go. Hey, even Amy's moving on this one. Wow, look at that. A whole 3-cent move. This could be the big one. Who knows?
Gotta play that game. 'Cause we're running out of time. So I gotta make You always want what you can't have, and what you have you can. Still my heart, the moment I laid eyes on it. Well, how do you know how you feel? And everything changes. Where will I go? Where will you be? How will I know? How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? You always want what you can't have, and what you have you can.
We broke our 1 month. What's the 1 month?
The moment I laid eyes on it. Well, how do you know how you feel? When everything changes. Where will I go? Where will you be? How
SPY really looking like it wants to start selling off. I feel like I've been saying that a while though. Nah, that's alright, no problem. GME 2339, 2340, setting new intraday highs. Let's go, Jimmy. $23.43 even. Man, GMA's looking strong. Looking like we are really setting up for something crazy. Still don't think it's today, but boy, that looks nice right now. Could be losing momentum though. Did anyone tweet? I haven't looked in a while. I'll go look here though. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna look on the side. Not seeing any updates. Still checking the last couple here. I mean, technically speaking, Larry Chang posted, but it wasn't about this. GameStop posted, can officially confirm Nintendo Switch will cost money. Oh my god. Seriously, I hate it. Switch 2 though, Switch 2. That could be, I mean, realistically, it does kind of line up pretty nicely there. Maybe that set off a little bit. $23.53, Jimmy making some magic happen. Meanwhile, SPY looking worse and worse by the second for now. Still only 12:45. Plenty of time in the day for things to happen. This started happening right around 12:30. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Yo, sorry, actually, apparently I can't see when the auto moderator is popping up right now because of what I did this morning with my setup, so I will try to get that changed. Otherwise, though, I'm trying to avoid getting any sort of copyright strikes, and that one kind of sounds like it would cause the issue, even if it's a remix. Last time when I did a bunch, it really caused issues afterwards. It's starting to get my videos just like not able to be played in many countries, so I'm trying to avoid letting that happen. Unfortunately, I'm really sorry. I appreciate you though. On my other channel, like I love, like on Twitch, they don't care at all for the most part. I mean, they do, but they don't. So I play all kinds of music over there and love, you know, getting to hear new music and all that. So I would have been all over that. I'll try to save that for later. I'll at least play it at some point later. But yeah, trust me, the music around here would be a lot better if I could choose it. I kind of just let play whatever playlist puts on this channel because it has to be non-copyright. Spy looking weaker here, 571.63. Well, I appreciate that you appreciate me appreciating you. ECC 0.82, slowly rising with the amount of puts in the market. TLT not really acting quite like I would have expected it to today. A lot of things not quite there yet. Still have Jerome Powell talking at 2 p.m. today, though. That could be the trigger point for a lot of things. Probably not GME, though. GME's already in the middle of triggering. 2340, looking good, Jimmy, looking good. AMC was actually up to 461? Crazy. I didn't think AMC could move like that anymore. New intraday highs even. Kind of following Jimmy a little bit. A little bit of a noticeable jump from TLT right now. Could be a sign. Oh my goodness, I don't know. I'm really starting to think that something's coming with this PAL speech. A lot of the news related to it is like, everything's gonna move off this PAL speech. That's the news. Interesting. I might try to find the link for that. I'm not sure where to watch it exactly. If PAL comes out and says that we are heading into something, I mean, I imagine that would cause a market sell-off. Yeah, and I don't know, I feel like the news about the port strike in America just strikes me as too conveniently timed. Way too conveniently timed. Oh, it's gonna magically drop all kinds of stuff. It's gonna cause all sorts of inflation and recession. Oh no. He would never do that, not a chance. Not old JP. Yeah, I don't like these. I don't like these Chinese stocks, the way their price action plays out throughout the day. Ew. Oh, really? Yeah, that's the thing. They're being really tight-lipped about it. I think that they really do know that this big event is about to happen, and I don't know. I don't know if they want to mislead us or if they just feel like they have to mislead us because, you know, if they said something, it would definitely cause a market panic. So maybe they feel tied. I don't know. All I know is the last time I listened to Jerome Powell talk, which was like last week, it really sounded like he knew something was coming to me. Oh, really? Somebody said that he was. Are you sure? Hold on. I didn't really double check my own, like, I looked at it last week and I thought other people were saying it, so I kind of just went with it. I'll double check myself now. 1:55, yep. Fed Chair Powell speech, 1:55 p.m. Monday. You sure? Wait, did I just do that wrong? Is that tomorrow? Wait, hold on. Let me do this again. Monday, September 30th. Yeah. And then 1:55. Yeah, that's today. I'll pull it on screen. I don't know why I did it so much off screen to make this harder on all of us here. Sorry about that. Yeah, Fed Chair speech right there. 1:55 p.m. So, I don't know, it kind of feels like this one could be interesting. I feel like it's a learning lesson for me, because if I truly believe that there's something coming, I'd like to hear what my government would say in a moment like this when I think that they know. GME starting to sell off here a little bit, 23.28. So we have 55 minutes until that begins. I'll try to find a link for that if I can here when we're closer. And I'm really interested to see how the markets react to it. I don't really know what to think. I feel like maybe there's just going to be a big sell-off. Or maybe intraday sell-off. I don't know. eBay continuing to climb slowly but surely to the upside. eBay looking kind of nice. Apple back above 230. Freaking Apple, man. Up 2% on the day. SoFi 396. SPY coming down to the EMA 200 line here. Could end up breaking through and continuing the downside, or might just get a bounce here. Candy's my pick for a Chinese stock. I don't really know a lot about their financial and like business situation right now, but this is one of the few Chinese stocks I've really seen just not really take off yet. And the daily flips greened as of today with this run up. And if that could get to positive territory, oh man, this thing would start ripping hard. Meanwhile, GME currently 23.22, looking not too bad.
Looks like we've come to the end of the road.
Andre, I'm not sure if that question was to me or somebody else, but I don't really understand it entirely. Does that message mean the market is where it's at with Powell? AMC making new intraday highs though. 464. Go Amy. It's your birthday.
Like a blink of an eye's not enough. She'd rather be staying for days now. I'd rather fix it than mess up again. She'd rather be burning it all now. I know it will end up in anger. I don't think we grew up, we just became older. She's aiming her words, ready to fire. I don't think that bullets will bring back desire. I don't think that bullets will bring back desire.
Yeah, that's all right. No problem. No problem, DB. But yeah, so he's supposed to talk up the market here a little bit. We shall see. Markets right now not looking too bad, but right here at the EMA 200 might end up breaking down more here soon. Okay, I got you, Andre. Yeah, no problem, no problem. UPS might be getting ready for another push up here.
You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning, you wonder how I got.
Hollow looking pretty good right now. Hollow with one of the bigger days I've seen Hollow have in a while, up 23%. Might be about that time to pick up some Hollow, not financial advice. AZI finally getting a run to the upside as well. It's like a lot. I think a lot of squeeze plays are going to start taking off this week. 23andMe, pretty known squeeze play. I feel like it's going to be like a lot of stuff starting to squeeze, and then GME being one of the last ones to squeeze. Speaking of which, Nicola's another shorted stock. G-Wave, very shorted. Yeah, we'll see if Fed Powell can butter up the markets here a little bit. DBI looking kind of interesting.
should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break.
GME just stair-stepping upwards. 2380, I think, is usually is about the last off point. So we still got a little bit of ways to go. Might start consolidating here, but it's honestly doing better than I thought it would do today.
Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption. If we are one grain of sand in the middle of the ocean, can you try to understand how a touch can cause explosions? Way too great to be landed. Way too great to be standing.
GME 2333 could be getting ready for a bigger move in one direction or the other soon. SPY looking like it could keep breaking down from here. Triple Q's looking particularly bad as well. Might be a nice time to pick up as Triple Q. Not financial advice. I'm not even looking at it, just looking at this one. Come on, show me some magic today, somebody. Show me something crazy.
I was ready to surrender my heart to you, only you. These lights all around me keep blinding my eyes from you and the truth. Don't tell me, don't tell me, don't tell me why. I know, no, you won't save my life. Save my life.
AMC looking, you know, looking like maybe we actually hit a bottom down here. Maybe. Be nice to see Amy start climbing back to $5 and not keep dropping. 462 right now. Mostly just following Jimmy though. If Jimmy breaks down, Amy should break down.
You pick me off the
Still have 2 hours and 45 minutes left in the day. I'm kind of expecting it to cool down here for a while. Probably come back down here and test this EMA 200 line again. And then just kind of cool off. Maybe till power hour. Maybe we'll get something in power hour. Check out any Warren Buffett's interviews. I mean, honestly, I've been calling for a crash here for a while. I'm just waiting on it. I feel like a broken record with it, especially because the SPY keeps going up while I'm saying it. It's very annoying. But I really am calling for one. SPY right now coming down a little bit harder. 571.08. No goodbyes right now. I kind of believe that. I mean, other than I don't know what he's doing. Is he blind to GME, or he just like has deals to not buy it or something? I feel like somebody like him has got to know. SPY down below 571 now, 570.97. GME trying to push up here again, 23.35. PCC right now, 0.83. Cost to borrow rising on GME at 0.41. Not really big change there. Ooh, We're getting so close though, family. Just a couple days left. Couple days. Not a bad little lunch bump, yeah! I don't suppose you're still hungry. Maybe you can go back for seconds and get a little bit more before the day's over. But I'm just kidding. Welcome back, welcome back.
Everything falls into place. The minute you leave and give me space. I wanna know how it feels to live and let go without being put in my place. I'ma just dive right into the wild side. And I'ma ride the wave until I die. Until I die.
Yeah, no, I feel you there, DB. Honestly, I've been saying for the whole weekend now, I think that we're getting an announcement tomorrow. I really do. Just remains to be seen. I think there's something coming tomorrow.
My skin is cold, as is my heart.
We just gotta pass these hours. Getting so close though. Within a couple days of some real price action.
My bridges are burning, I'm holding the match. I'm ready to fall, will you catch?
467 on AMC, continuing to push up ever so slowly. Yeah, AMC is green at least, up 4% almost. That's crazy for AMC. Both GME and AMC up about the same percentage for the first time in forever. Yeah, nice to see, nice to see. You say grading cards this week? I feel like I heard some talk about that. I didn't hear any sort of confirmation. The stuff that I heard was more the opposite, that like they could but aren't going to. But I don't know. 468 AMC climbing. $469 even. What is AMC doing? 2340 on Jimmy. Trying to push up here. GME looks like it could have just got rejected there. Coming down 2332 right now. Still expecting kind of a bigger pull down here. Waiting to see that happen. Huh. Yeah, that's really interesting. So maybe it is something new that they're releasing. Very cool. I don't really know like what the what the market's really like for that, so I can't really weigh in too much. I've not really done that kind of thing before. but could be interesting. I'd still like to see like a bigger expansion on things. I don't want that to be the only news, but you know, that in conjunction with like a bunch of other things, that sounds great. Looking at the heat map here, we got Apple almost up 2% on the day. Bunch more red came in for Amazon, Tesla, Nvidia. Microsoft and Google mostly flat on the day. Meta up 0.5 percentage point. Not too much to read into yet. I was looking to see a big spike in FTDs. This data doesn't really go up that far, that close to present day, but still do see a big spike at the end of August now. GME starting to break down a little bit here, currently 23.27. Could be coming down to finally retest the line here around $23. Might just end up holding up. We'll see what it ends up doing here. Did you watch Donahue George? Is that the talk show guy? I'm gonna go with no, unless you mean like a long time ago. I'm familiar with like Donahue, the talk show guy, but otherwise I don't know what you're referring to. Yeah, still gotta just wait and see. Yeah, you know, like a peculiar amount of breaking down of the Chinese stocks. You know, very peculiar. You would think that this would keep ripping. He's suing the SEC for... Oh, George, okay. Yep, I know exactly who that is. My bad, I didn't recognize his name at first. He's funny. I like him, yeah. He does have nice short videos. He's always calling them out. That's what I love. Like, yo, what up, SEC, DOJ, FBI, calling you out. Yeah, I like him. He's cool. Yeah, I didn't recognize his name at first. It's been a while since I watched his videos. I used to watch him like a month or two ago. Nvidia looking ready to start dropping off more here. "20 minutes until Fed Pal starts speaking." I should probably start trying to figure out where to watch that at. Oops, sorry. I don't know. Like somebody else is probably gonna put it on their stream or something. I don't know. I don't know where people look at. Yeah, no, yeah, George seems like he does a good job. Sure.
I'm reaching out for arms, I'm drowning in the open-ended love we're making, girl.
Gosh darn it.
Exhale the past, inhale a future that lasts. Change my heart, change my mind. For the last time, wanna believe in the life I've led. I don't wanna leave another word unsaid. You know my heart will follow you in tomorrow. In tomorrow. Holding on to memories that we've shared. My evidence you once really cared. I'm reaching for a hand to pull me up. One open to
GME right now 2322 did end up breaking down quite a bit more. Does look like we are going to come down and test the line, the EMA 200 line down here, about 2303-ish. We're still kind of, no, not necessarily yet, could just be, I don't know, we'll see what happens. Everything's just taking so long to move today. I want to see what happens. Feels like we're in the plot of like a really long movie, you know, like a 4-hour movie, and I just want to see the end.
I'm standing on the edge.
Except it's a 4-day movie right now.
Realize there must be more to life than this. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Just grab my hand,
Does he? I never heard him talk about George, but that's fun to hear. Oh, okay, I got you. I got you.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out.
Looking for Spy to start selling off more here soon.
More times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind,
19 minutes. Yeah, I feel like I'm just gonna put on like the audio of another stream because I didn't see the YouTube links. I didn't see the link anywhere for it.
how long do I got to keep you, to keep you?
Play Surgeon! I'm doing okay. Just I'm a little sore right now, and like I feel like things are still gonna take a couple days, and so it's just like soreness that I gotta put up with like knowing that I'm just like waiting, continuing to wait. I'm still pretty excited. I want the Spy to play out, and I want some other things that I wanted to play out so I can move things around and finish up my trades for the week. At least finish setting up for later. Yeah, what up though, Lace Surgeon?
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. Yeah. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can?
Yeah, too much waiting. Needs some action.
Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always
No, I don't think I have. I don't. I must have. I meant to do something when I went to the store, and man, I was in the fruit section, and I started getting distracted by the vegetables. I'm sorry, and I knew there was something I had to do. Hopefully, you've got yours secured though. But yeah, we're close. We're close. We just need a little bit more time. Time for things to play out. GME is gonna break in a big way to the upside. I keep trying to decide for myself like where I think GME is really gonna go. I don't think this is the MOAS. I'm more in the ways of that now. But I'm kind of thinking this is still going to be a big one, maybe even setting all-time highs. And so the high end that I'm looking for is like 130-ish. And then, you know, low end I'm thinking we should be able to do 60 easily. And to the moon! But I do feel like MOAS is still out there and still coming, or at least, you know, something a little more on the lines of what I would call MOAS. Not like a 130 pop, but I do feel like that's still probably going to be in 2025. But who knows though? There's so much going on with GME right now that this one could just be it. I feel like though that it isn't.
When there's no hope hiding, no chance concealing what deep down I felt for you. Oh, I regret for losing the one who loved me, for who I can't go back to. Walking through all the dust and reason frame a past we
Tomorrow's going to be a big confirmation day though, I think. I think if we get a big announcement from GME, that's a huge confirmation. If we go the whole day with not anything being announced or any big surprises, I'd start to sweat a little bit, but I still feel great about Thursday. What would I call MOAS? I mean, maybe something like 300 or 350 and more. You know, like I still don't. I think that the MOAS potential is something astronomical, like above 1,000. Maybe even with another 0. But being realistic about expectations, I feel like, you know, 300, 350 is pretty realistic. Yeah, you better not sell. Just going even. You're gonna miss out. But I am indeed also tired of waiting. We're close. I want the SPY to sell off today as part of confirmation. You know, I want to be able to like, yeah, there it is. It's still, you know, it could wait till tomorrow to fully sell off, to start really selling off, but I'd like to see it today. We did get some confirmation though with these big spikes. That's basically the start of the confirmation, for sure. Stock would surge the minute you sold. It feels that way, that it does it all the time. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that things have been in the works. I don't know necessarily if a acquisition is coming, but I do think at least a merger is coming. What after the split? What are you asking, Jeff Charlie? GME 2329 actually trying to push up here. Did end up getting a bounce at the bottom of the bands here, so bands are starting to get narrow though. It's going to choose a direction one way or the other here soon.
think I need to help you. I'm gonna try. Cute as hell, baby. Hotter than flames. Wanna burn together in a million ways. Now let me take the lead. Know you wanna play with me. Got secrets you might wanna see. You might wanna see. You might wanna. I know
2334 right now for Jimmy. Could get rejected here unless we're going to go for kind of a breakout.
couldn't keep your poker face. Before you kept me waiting.
Yo, John O'Connor, welcome back, man. Welcome back. AMC actually is kind of doing something. AMC pushing up to 469 intraday high, currently 466. Trying to push up now even. Definitely the most strength that we've seen out of AMC in a good while, it feels like. AMC really following GME pretty closely right now. They're both up about 4%. Oh, that's awesome, Majinon. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end up watching it later today. Oh yeah, after the split, the price action 300 plus, because like, you know, if this were pre-split, then that would be like 1200 or a lot more, probably maybe even like 24. I don't even know. It depends what the split was, but yeah, like with the high of the high pre-split was like 960 or something. So now that there was the reverse split, now I'm looking like a MOS would be like 300. To me, a real MOS again for GME right now with everything that's projected would still be way higher than that, but that's what I would call it and be willing to walk away. I wonder if GME will end up doing another reverse split after like a big run up in the future. You publish kids books? I didn't know that either. No. I mean, I own the whole collection, but no, I didn't even know. You gonna buy them now? For your kids? I wonder if they're any good. Maybe that's what GameStop's secretly going into. Oh, it's gonna be a kids bookstore. Fantastic. Oh, I must have missed that. Actually, I don't even know what message you're talking about. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I did read that part about the Teddy books. I just didn't see the Grandpa Teddy part. So that was... About finances. Interesting. Yeah, I think I'm definitely gonna have to watch that just for to hear what the other side is saying, and just for fun, pass the time. There'll be a Teddy store. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still listening closely to hear if we hear BBBY say something here soon. Maybe even tomorrow. Yeah, I ended up looking that up at some point too, trying to figure out why it was slash Teddy. Hey, thanks Jeremy, I appreciate that, man. Welcome to the channel, it's nice to have you here. We're just hanging out mostly, just waiting for this squeeze to happen. And just trying to, you know, pass the time, have some good times, see if we can catch anything cool happen in the market. I mean, I think that there is a lot of potential for BBBY to make a comeback. And I think that that could actually be a large piece in this whole story, maybe. I've heard some things. In fact, I meant to actually even point this out to Majino and I forgot, but I heard that the code that is used to identify the DK butterfly situation or something has now changed to the code again to identify as like Bed Bath and Beyond again or BBY or something. So, related to I think like stocks and things. I only like lightly browsed what I'm talking about, but it did sound like it could have some significance for what's coming up. So. Spy trying to push up here did instantly get rejected. Now starting to potentially come down a lot more here. Trying to decide what direction he wants to go. Fed Pal is talking right now. I guess I need to go find that, huh? Let me try this.
In San Francisco, Kamala.
Oh, sorry. Playing an ad. Hold on. Yeah, it's awesome to have you here. I'm gonna try listening to what Fed Pal has to say here. I'm gonna put on somebody else's stream for it though because I couldn't find the link. I don't know what I'm doing wrong when I'm looking that up, but hopefully this guy has it playing.
How many storms are we putting ourselves in? And I don't know, man. I don't know that because this is a tool.
Looks like I don't know. He has something up.
You know
He does
why?
not. I can't see what he
Like
has
I'm
up.
telling you, you're not gonna.
Let me just try one more time.
But
I don't see it, man. It's this.
At the NABE, as they are making some introductory remarks before Fed Chair Jay Powell comes up. What are you going to be listening
I think maybe okay. This is probably good enough. It's at least Bloomberg. I don't know. Hopefully, I don't get in trouble for playing Bloomberg on my stream, but feels like a better choice than listening to another stream it.
Shape that inflation and the jobs market are basically in balance now. And I think the key line is going to be when he says that the Fed is going to take it meeting by meeting, that policy's not on a preset course, so they're not going.
Teddy making Thanksgiving great again. That's fun. That's fun.
50 basis point cut.
What did you make of what we just heard from Mick Mulvaney on the politics show a little earlier, saying that?
So I guess they're just kind of talking right now. I guess Fed Pal still not up here to talk. You can see though a lot of volatility came in the moment 155 hit though. You can't hear. Oh, sorry. I have it so down because they're just talking amongst yourselves. Pal's not talking yet. Actually, maybe he is now.
And my FOMC colleagues and I have greater confidence that it is on a sustainable path back to 2%. At our meeting earlier this month, we reduced the level of policy restraint by lowering the target range for the federal funds rate by a half percentage point. That decision reflects our growing confidence that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, strength in the labor market can be maintained in an environment of moderate economic growth and inflation moving sustainably down to our objective. Turning to the labor market briefly, many indicators show that the labor market is solid. To mention just a few, the unemployment rate is well within the range of estimates of its natural rate. Layoffs are low. The labor force participation rate of prime age workers is near its historic high, and the prime age women's participation rate has continued to reach new all-time highs. Real wages are increasing at a solid pace, broadly in line with gains in productivity.
I don't know what the PP show is exactly, but I've heard about the same what you have with Polte, and I'm not sure. I heard about both back and forth.
So that there are still more open positions than there are people seeking work. Prior to 2019, that was rarely the case.
I appreciate you guys.
Still, labor markets have clearly cooled over the past year. Workers now view jobs as somewhat less available than they were in 2019. The moderation in job growth and the increase in labor supply have led the unemployment rate to increase to 4.2%, still low by historical standards. We do not believe that we need to see further cooling in labor market conditions to achieve 2% inflation. Turning then to inflation, over the most recent 12 months, headline and core inflation were 2.2% and 2.7% respectively. Disinflation has been broad-based, and recent data indicate further progress toward a sustained return to 2%.
Can't hear it.
Core goods prices have fallen a 0.5% over the past year, close to their pre-pandemic pace. as supply bottlenecks have eased.
Is that better?
Outside of housing services, core services inflation is also close to its pre-pandemic pace. Housing services inflation continues to decline, but sluggishly. The growth rate in rents charged to new tenants remains low. As long as that remains the case, housing services inflation will continue to decline.
Yeah, I can't turn it
Broader
up really any
economic
louder.
conditions also set the table for further disinflation. The labor market is now roughly in balance. Longer-run inflation expectations remain well anchored. Turning to monetary policy. Over the past year, we have continued to see solid growth and healthy gains in the labor force and in productivity. Our goal all along has been to restore price stability without the kind of painful rise in unemployment that has frequently accompanied efforts to bring down high inflation.
I
That would be
appreciate
a
you.
highly
Thank you.
desirable result for the communities, families, and businesses we serve. While that task is not complete, we have made a good deal of progress toward that outcome. For much of the past 3 years, inflation ran well above our goal, and the labor market was extremely tight. Appropriately, our focus was on bringing down inflation. By keeping monetary policy restrictive, we helped restore the balance between overall supply and demand in the economy. That patient approach has paid dividends. Inflation is now much closer to our 2% objective. Today, we see the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals as roughly in balance. Our policy rate had been at a 2-decade high since the July 2023 meeting. At the time of that meeting, core inflation was 4.2%, well above our target, and unemployment was 3.5%, near a 50-year low. In the 14 months since the July 2023 meeting, inflation has moved down and unemployment has moved up, in both cases significantly. It was time for a recalibration of our policy stance to reflect progress toward our goals, as well as the changed balance of risks. As I mentioned, our decision to reduce our policy rate by 50 basis points reflects our growing confidence that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, strength in the labor market can be maintained in a context of moderate economic growth and inflation moving down sustainably to 2%. Looking forward, if the economy evolves broadly as expected, policy will move over time toward a more neutral stance. But we are not on any preset course. The risks are two-sided.
GME likes what he hears from Powell. All right, GME.
Meeting by meeting. As we
Keep
consider
talking, Powell.
additional policy adjustments, we will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Overall, the economy is in solid shape. We intend to use our tools to keep it there. We remain resolute in our commitment to our maximum employment and price stability mandates, and everything we do is in service to our public mission. With that, thank you very much, and I look forward to our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Short and sweet. So here we are in Tennessee. We've had a major hurricane move through. It's top of mind. You know, when so I thought to bring it up right at the beginning.
Why are they talking to
Does the
nobody?
Fed have a role to play when natural disaster strikes?
Camera just slowly
So,
pans.
let me just say, like everyone, we see
he
the
had to
tragic
sit?
loss of life and the terrible disruption of millions, literally millions of people, including here in Tennessee. We have a couple of things that we do in these situations. One is that we're encouraging bankers to work with their affected customers in affected areas. And the second thing is that sometimes in these situations when power is out, there's a need for cash. And so we find that as a very important thing in these disaster situations. And so we have the ability through the reserve banks to make sure that the banks have available cash so that if power is out for a significant amount of time, there's enough cash to do transactions. But you know, obviously we're mainly on the sidelines and you know, sympathizing with this very difficult situation people are in.
Great. You, in your prepared remarks, you walked us through the decision to begin cutting rates. What has happened, though, since the September meeting? What's new since the September meeting?
Since the September meeting, so most of the data that we'll see before our next meeting hasn't come yet, of course, and we can talk about that. But I would say, one thing worth pointing to is the annual NIPA revisions, which I thought were quite interesting, and I'd point out a couple things. First, as this audience will know well, there are two ways of measuring output in the economy. There are many ways, but two principal ways are gross domestic income versus gross domestic product. So GDI versus GDP. There's lore
No, I actually
and there's
didn't see that.
research
Appreciate
that
it.
says that actually GDI, gross domestic
13
income,
trades
gives
of
a better real-time
5,000 in the
reading.
dark pool, as
And
expected.
in the last year and a half or so, GDI has been quite low relative to GDP, raising, for those of us who forecast the economy, the risk that GDP will turn out to have been overstated and it'll get revised down to meet GDI. So that's been a downside risk that we've been monitoring. As this audience will well know, quite the opposite happened, and there were very large adjustments to revisions to GDI, and there's now no gap between the two. In theory, there should be no gap. It's no statistical error in measurement. So that kind of, I would say, removes a downside risk to the economy. Secondly, it has looked as though consumers were spending more than their income. We see disposable personal income now being estimated up, and so that's no longer the case. Again, removing what we've been thinking of as a possible downside risk that the level of consumer spending might be unsustainable. So we look at that, and again, these were very large, healthy upward revisions to income. And
So we had income was revised upward, spending was revised upward, but income was revised upward so much more so than spending that the savings rate came up.
That's right.
Even with greater spending.
Yeah, the savings rate too. So we think savings there are more savings on people's balance sheet, and the savings rate is higher. So that speaks of more kind of background that suggests that spending can continue at a healthy level. I'll just mention quickly two other things that I thought were interesting. One was just another modest increase in estimated productivity. We can talk more about that, but of course we're watching the situation with productivity. Productivity is very important to potential output, and the question is, are we seeing rising productivity which will be sustained over a period of time? And of course, I think it's way too early to say that. Nonetheless, you do see some increase in productivity because we've increased income, but not hours worked. The last thing, and maybe the most significant though, is there's a bit of a tension between the labor market data, which speaks of a cooling labor market, and the spending data, the GDP data, and which has been quite solid. And I would say that tension has not been resolved, unlike a couple of the others. Nonetheless, I would say though that if you take away from this, as I do, that you can be somewhat more comfortable with the spending data. That may also help with the employment data.
So if the economy, so GDI, it was pretty significant upward revisions. GDP also was revised upward somewhat. And so when there's strength in the economy like that, does that give you some sort of sense or more of a sense of security when you're seeing a cooling labor market that maybe the worst outcomes won't happen if GDP is still that strong?
So the answer is ultimately yes, but I would add though that I think there's a lot of thinking that the labor market may give a better real-time picture in some cases than does GDP data. So if you look back over prior downturns, you'll often see that they weren't well predicted by GDP data, but they were by one or more aspects of the labor market. Now, we don't see that happening. There's really nothing that I can point to in the economy that suggests that a downturn is more likely than it is at any time. So we don't see that, but I would say seeing that there's more support for thinking that the GDP readings we get are solid. I think that does happen. It helps at the margin. That's not going to stop us from looking very carefully at the labor market data, though.
Okay. So I have a few questions here on unemployment. The first is related to the summary of economic projections, and then the second is related to state versus national rates of unemployment. So in the summary of economic projections, the median participant has the unemployment rate moving from 4.2% today to 4.4% by the end of the year. So continued drift upward. And yet the median expects that
That is interesting.
the pace
That
of
is a
rate
lot of
cuts
shares.
will move down as the unemployment
Lot
rate
of
continues
blocks.
to move up. How do you square that picture? Or how do you explain that?
Well, remember that the summary of economic projections is really just a tabulation of the individual 19 participants. So it doesn't come from one sort of consistent thing. But I can tell you why I think people will have written up a couple more tenths of unemployment. It would just be that, as we've seen, the level of job creation is maybe not quite at the level it needs to be to hold unemployment constant, given assumptions about supply. That would make sense to me. I think everyone at this point is looking at their forecasts and understanding that there are great uncertainty bands around it. But the SEP asks you to write down your most likely case, whether you want to or not. And so that's what it is.
So it's sort of a love-hate relationship with the summary of economic projections?
That's not unfair.
Not for you personally, but yeah. Is there
I would say it's sometimes people can pay too much attention to it. I will say, though, one thing is we do it, as this audience well knows, we do it once a quarter. And over the course of a full quarter, the old SEP can get pretty rusty, But for a few weeks after the meeting, after we write down the SEP, it's actually a pretty good read on what the thinking of the committee is. And one thing I will point to is that if you look at the path that people wrote down, we had 10 people at 4 cuts or more, or 2 remaining cuts. We had 19 people at 3 or more. But the sense of the committee, this is not a committee that feels like it's in a hurry to cut rates quickly. It's a committee that wants to be guided. Ultimately, we will be guided by the incoming data. And if the economy slows more than we expect, then we can cut faster. If it slows less than we expect, we can cut slower, and that's really what's going to decide it. But I think from a base case standpoint, we're looking at it as a process that will play out over some time, not something that we need to go fast on. It's more, it'll depend on the data, the speed at which we actually go.
Yeah, so before I get to that second question on the unemployment rate, I'm going to ask you a point blank question here. How are you thinking about the November meeting?
So a couple things. One, we have 2 employment reports and an inflation report coming in. So the main thing will be to look, when we get to that meeting, at the totality of the data, and we'll be looking at the activity data, the unemployment data, and the inflation data, and asking ourselves, is our policy stance in the place where it needs to be for us to best foster achievement of our goals? And I think we'll take everything into account, and we don't have that data yet. So that's the main thing. But the other thing is just, I wanted to point out, and I kind of just did, that it's a committee that we will do what it takes in terms of the speed with which we move. But if you look at where we were 2 weeks ago, coming up on 3 weeks ago, I guess, when we wrote down our SEPs and made our decision, it was a situation where people were thinking, the bulk of the committee was at 75 or 100 basis points, and the votes were on 50, and that would mean 2 more cuts. It wouldn't mean more 50s. Now, of course, that'll depend on the data, but ultimately that's what the baseline is. If the economy performs as expected, then that would mean 2 more cuts this year, a total of 50 more.
Okay. Question from the audience now. The regional bank presidents know their districts very well, and they come into the FOMC meeting, and well, even before that, the Beige Book, right, provides that snapshot of what's going on around the country. And so we focus on the national unemployment rate, but there are state unemployment rates as well. Are there certain states that are primarily responsible for driving up the unemployment rate nationally? Is it something that's more broad-based? And how would you weigh sort of national versus state level?
I mean, at the end of the day, we're looking at the national aggregate levels, but the real value, one of the great values of the Reserve Bank system is we get, detailed reports of what's happening in the districts, which really start with the directors of the branches and the main banks, who come in and talk to they talk to the staff and also to the president of the Reserve Bank. And I think the banks just do a great job of gathering data and anecdotal information too about what's going on in the district. This is enormously useful to us who are sitting in the center and don't have that range of context or so I think it's quite useful. But at the end of the day, we have to go on national data. Although, of course, there are different things. It's a big country, a big economy. There are parts of the country that are, doing better than others.
In your prepared remarks, you mentioned about job finding prospects. We have Dana Peterson here, chief economist from the Conference Board. The Conference Board had data recently showing that folks feel like it's getting harder to find a job. Does that, one, concern you, and two, how do you weigh sort of survey data versus hard data like a job openings and labor turnover survey, for instance?
We look at everything, of course, but in particular, the job finding rate has come down very significantly. And so if you're out of work now, it's going to be harder to find a job than it was 2 years ago when the labor market was extremely tight, where you would have had multiple employers waiting for you outside the building to give you offers. Now it's much more at a normal level, or even perhaps a little bit soft. So the job finding rate is much lower. So by so many measures, the labor market is still solid, but it really has cooled. I mentioned vacancies relative to actual unemployed people who are looking for jobs, so they're counted as unemployed. That is right around 1.1 ratio. That was a tight labor market before the pandemic. But it's less tight now. That number was at 2.0, and it's worked its way down. Like so many measures, quits, all of those wages, they point to the same thing, which is a labor market that's still strong, where conditions have cooled considerably. And as I mentioned, we don't think that labor market conditions need to cool further from where they are. Just to take the unemployment rate, it's substantially higher. 4.2% is substantially higher than where unemployment was in 2019. And inflation was below 2% 2019. Take a broad set of conditions, look at 2019, that was not a high inflation environment. So this is not a problem with excessively tight labor markets causing inflation.
I'm so glad that someone submitted a question on housing inflation. I'm sure you're so glad as well. And so I'm going to ask it because we haven't really talked about inflation yet. You made a great point in your prepared remarks that it's running right around, 3-month annualized pace is running right around 2%. So housing inflation has been a large contributor to the overall inflation and continues to be an issue.
Starting to look more like a confirmation that I was looking
eroding
for.
Wage gains. And although housing costs are not a dual mandate, how is the housing market factored into decision-making by the Fed?
So, we think of core inflation as 3 buckets: goods inflation, non-housing services, which is by far the biggest bucket, and then housing services, and that's rents and also owner's equivalent rent. The first 2 have looked like they've, broadly speaking, moved back to their pre-pandemic level. Housing services inflation has not yet. And what's happened is that what should happen is when market rents drop, as leases turn.
Really? Sorry. Oh, good. It actually auto-muted. That's good.
For year upon year, you should see housing services inflation flatten out. And you are seeing that, but you're seeing it just at a sluggish pace, as sluggish as it usually. So I think I went from thinking at the beginning that this would happen fairly quickly to now thinking that process will play out over a period of some years, 2, 3, 4 years. Nonetheless, as long as market rents, actual new leases as long as inflation in those rents, those leases, is relatively low, it's going to show up in housing services inflation as well. It's just going to take, my guess is it's just going to take longer than we've been expecting and longer than we've wanted. But I think, the direction of travel is clear as long as market rate inflation remains relatively low, which it still does.
So the goods side of that equation, goods prices are less under the control of the Fed, but we have been sort of moving back to our previous regime of deflation in goods prices. Some of that is probably sluggish growth from China. But how much do you rely on goods prices being in deflation in order to help that overall aggregate inflation?
Well, so if you go back before the pandemic, you had, as you pointed out, you had mild deflation in goods for, globalization reasons and other reasons. And, so if you take those three buckets I talked about, together, they produced inflation between 1.7 and 2%. So we're trying to get back to a world where inflation is 2%. And the combination of those three buckets is less important than the fact that you get the aggregate back. So I just pointed out that goods inflation is kind of back to where it was, and so is non-housing services, and that's most of the inflation bucket. But the third one is not there. Any combination of those things will do, but I think it really looks like the third over time is going back down to where we would like it to be, which is at a level which won't be 2%. It'll be a little higher than 2%, but that will make the aggregate 2%, right in the range of 2%.
So you're going to be embarking on a review of the framework. And inflation, the behavior of inflation since the framework change in 2020, do you think that will inform, or how well will that inform the discussions when you do start the process of going through that 5-year review again?
So we're starting our second 5-year review late this year. So we haven't started yet. We're just now in the process of kind of laying out all the questions we're going to ask and assigning the memos and doing that kind of thing. We're not really ready to roll that out yet. But of course, we're going to be asking how should we change our framework, which is embodied in the Statement on Longer Run Goals and Monetary Policy. How should we adapt that to what we now understand to be the way the economy works? What have we learned from the last 5 years? And that's what we'll be doing. So we'll be asking all of those questions and giving our answer.
5 years has flown by. I can't believe we're already up on another review of the framework.
Can't believe it.
It feels like yesterday.
I know.
So let me ask you, because you talked a few times about the data that you're going to receive before the November meeting. And one of those data points, most notable being an employment report that comes out during blackout. Now, some time ago, the blackout period around Fed meetings was extended. And I can tell you that as a longtime Fed watcher, I loved it when the blackout period was extended, because it was almost like a sleep while the baby sleeps. So I could relax longer leading up to the meeting, because we could all sort of take a break. And I also used to have a saying that and this was my personal saying, the Fed does not react well to late breaking news. And it was my way of saying, once you went into blackout, that was it. The data in hand determined that meeting. But it feels like more so over the last year or two, data, and maybe it's the volatility around the data is being considered during the blackout period. Maybe it always was, it just wasn't that volatile. Even policymakers have talked about, and yourself, data that was released during blackout leading up to the meeting. So what does that mean for an employment report that's released during blackout just ahead of the November meeting? I mean,
It depends on the broader situation, but if it's a really important employment report, you should assume we haven't made a decision until we see it. And we're absolutely going to take into account important data that comes in during the blackout period. It gets harder when it's like this, the morning of the second day of the meeting. It's harder to do that. Yeah. But because everything is just it's a big machine. But if it comes out during the blackout period, you should just going into that, you should just assume that what happens there could really matter for the decision. If that makes sense, there might be a situation where that wouldn't make sense. But I think in the world we're in right now, then we're going to be looking carefully at the data, even though it's in blackout. Absolutely. And if this is right, then even during the deliberations during the FOMC meeting, policymakers do have the ability to change their thinking or their forecasts or their views during that meeting. Yes, I mean, we do a lot of work, during blackout. We spend a lot of time. I talk to every participant on the Thursday and Friday before the meeting in detail about the economy and what they're hearing. And so there's a lot of discussion that goes on, and ideally what we discuss in the meeting is kind of a synthesis of all of the views and information that we're all sharing with each other. So, but you should just assume, though, that decisions don't get made until the meeting. They're not going to be made. I mean, sometimes there isn't really a decision to make, right? It's pretty obvious what we're going to do. Other times, when there is a serious decision to make, you should just assume that it gets made with as much information as possible. If you make the decision before you get all the information, you're throwing away, some information there. You wouldn't do that.
Yeah. So when you began hiking the federal funds rate in 2022, the focus has been on the policy lags, sort of long and variable, but who knows how long or how variable. And so, it seemed like the lags were longer than we thought they would be on the way up. Does that mean that the lags may be longer on the way down? And how do you gauge whether those lags are changing?
This is a very hard part of it. You can't really know. Even now, we can't really know why what's happening is happening. People will be debating in 25 years whether what's happening now with the cooling labor market is due to policy lags or due to something else. So we can't know. What we can know is that what we believe is that policy works with long and variable lags, and we have to take that into account in our thinking, and we do. It's challenging. On the other hand, just take the current situation. What you see is solid growth in the economy. And what you see is a solid labor market. So in a way, the measures we're taking now are really due to the fact that our stance is due to be recalibrated, but at a time when the economy is in solid condition. That's what we're doing. We're recalibrating policy to maintain the strength in the economy, not because of weakness in the economy.
The transcripts are released every 5 years. And so I believe it's January of 2025 that we'll first get a look at the 2019 transcripts. And 5 years ago, you may recall that you were cutting rates. So give us a peek, if you will, into what the transcripts might show around the deliberations you were having at that time as to what were you seeing in the national and the international economy that would drive you to make that rate adjustment, and what did you see that made you feel like you had done enough?
It's a very different situation than the current one, I guess I'd start by saying. But so if you remember, we had raised rates very slowly, I think a total of 9 times to maybe 2.25% and 2.5%. And what my colleagues and I were feeling in 2019 was significant global economic weakness, and also some weakness in the United States economy, and also just a lot of, this was a time of a lot of trade issues, and it was markets were really uncomfortable, and business sentiment was very concerned. So we cut 3 times, and I felt like at the end of the year, I really felt like it had worked well to settle things down, and so we were still at 175 basis points or something like that. That was that situation. Current situation is one where we raised really quickly to the highest level in 20 years. Policy being at about 5.3%, 5.25% to 5.5%, to help with inflation in a world where we had the highest inflation in a long time. And then I think if you take a snapshot of our policy stance, which we put in place in July of 23, and look at, I did this in my remarks, unemployment was 3.5%, really tight, and inflation was 4.2 or 3%. So now look where we are. We're at 4.2% unemployment and 2.5%-ish in inflation. So the stance that we put in place 14 months ago is not the stance that we need now. It's time to recalibrate. And I think we held on for a long time. And I think we did the right thing. I mean, history will tell, but I think we wanted to get confident about inflation so we wouldn't be in a situation where inflation could just come right back. And so we held on long enough that I think we're more confident So this is quite a different situation than 19, but that's how I remember 19.
Do you think that the 50 basis points that you delivered in September, that cut you described as a strong start, did that cut give you more confidence in the soft landing?
I would put it this way. It's a reflection of our confidence that inflation is moving sustainably down, or growing confidence that it's moving sustainably down to 2%. You know, as I mentioned, our design overall is to achieve disinflation down to 2% without the kind of painful increase in unemployment that has often come with disinflation processes. So that's been our goal all along. We've made progress toward it. We haven't completed that task. I think you'll see us using our tool, you know, in a way that shows our commitment to achieving that. In terms of, I don't want to make a judgment about its likelihood. I just want you to know that we're committed to using our tools to do everything we can to achieve that outcome.
Well, you know, economists every day were asked to put a probability on the soft landing. I try very artfully to avoid it, and I'll just put it as I have high hopes. So the unemployment rate, though, has risen. And so should folks be focused more on the delta, the change in the unemployment rate from that very low 3.4, 3.5 to now 4.2, or the fact that 4.2 is only 0.2 above where the committee believes full employment to be, if we can have any confidence of where we think full employment is? And how would parsing demand versus supply in that rise in the unemployment rate factor in?
I mean, the change that we've experienced in the unemployment rate is information, and we shouldn't reject that for what it's worth. It's information. We should know it and consider it. And is it telling us something about future movements in that direction? We can't know that, but that's the question. So, you know, we're not going to ignore that. I think also the level of and the reason why unemployment has moved up too is also important. But the level is still a level that is, I mean, I remember when I joined the Fed in 2012, I remember unemployment going down below 6 and then down below 5, and people were really thinking, wow, we're in the 4s, this is really low. You know, 4.9% was considered to be perhaps below the natural rate. Now we're talking about 4.2. So I think you need to keep that in context. In terms of supply and demand, you know, it's really down to the level of payroll job creation has come down pretty significantly from where it was earlier this year and certainly in prior years. It's 116,000 a month for the last 3 months, and that's without the QCEW adjustment, which would tend to suggest that that'll be revised down significantly in time if the QCEW adjustment is sending an accurate signal about what's happening now.
Those are the preliminary annual benchmark revisions.
Yes, through March.
Right.
That's right. So, you know, I think you look at all of it, you've got a solid labor market, and, you know, we are recalibrating our policy stance, and we'll continue to do so going forward in order to maintain that position.
And when you talk about following the totality of the data, obviously in the U.S. we enjoy really a good deal amount more of government sources than I think other countries. We have a lot of private sources for data. And so this is a shameless plug for NABE, really, because I wouldn't be president without it. But Svenja Gudel, who is the chief economist of Indeed, is a valuable member. And Indeed, LinkedIn, ADP, they all put great monthly reports out on the dynamics of the labor market from millions of data points, really, that they track. How do you take into account, sort of say, a JOLTS, which is an official government source for the flows in and out of the labor market, versus what some of the private sources show? How closely do your economists follow that?
Oh, really closely. Yeah. You know, of course, we look at JOLTS, we look at Indeed. You know, you can pick out any of these and critique it, but I think the bigger picture is that the business of collecting data about the U.S. economy and analyzing it is really one of the great achievements of our country, frankly. You know, we're committed to doing everything science allows us to do to understand what's going on in the economy. Understanding it perfectly is impossible. But we do everything, and we do some of this at the Fed. Mostly this is not done at the Fed, but the collection of data and the information that we get are as good as it can possibly be. And basically, it's a great success story about our country and about our economy, I think, overall.
Yeah. Maybe another shameless plug is just that NABE is a very strong supporter of funding data agencies at the government level to ensure healthy, reliable, and sound data sets. Just saying. So given that you're talking to a room full of economists, I'd love to get a sense of how you all at the Fed use your economists. You have just a few at the
Your future is at your
maybe, when you're in the committee meeting itself, how do you use the economists to give you updates, to give you the data that you need to help you make decisions?
We have a lot more than 150 economists.
Okay. I knew it was a big number.
It's a big number, but
Are you hiring?
It's
for the NABE scholars.
We're always hiring, always. We're an interesting organization, and we have very large number of PhD economists, but we also have policy-making responsibilities in monetary policy, in payments, in financial regulation, and so we're kind of on the line between academics and policymaking, very important policymaking. The economists that we have, I would say this about the other professionals that we have, they're incredibly important to the work that we do. The way I experience it is I meet regularly with different groups of economists, but if I have a question about something, often about the labor market or inflation or anything, I'll get an answer, but usually I get a group of people, and these will turn out to be people who have spent 30 years or 20 years thinking about that very question, and there might be 2 or 3 different opinions or way to approach that problem in the room. So people, they feel free to disagree with each other, and they also feel free to disagree with us, with the policymakers, and we feel free to disagree with them. I mean, it's a very healthy dynamic, but these are, so many of these people, they're wonderful people, they're incredibly committed public servants. I'm deeply honored to get to work with these people, and I think I think the Fed is a great place to work for an economist. One of them said to me, one of the most senior ones said, if all we could do around here was just sit around and analyze and talk about the economy, we'd have the best jobs in the world. All the policy making is hard, but ultimately it's really fun and enjoyable to analyze and discuss the economy. We could all spend our whole lives doing that, but we have other responsibilities too.
Just a few.
You can probably relate to that.
Yeah. Well, I think even you and I have a conversation where you said, I like nerding out with the economists, and we appreciate that. Yeah. I'm glad that you do.
I speak economies.
You speak economist, yeah. It's a whole different language. So in our last minutes here, sandwiched between you and Alon Collette at the lunch table, lots of talk around, I hear guitars, I hear blues music, I hear comparing every band that's your favorite and albums, and I feel like that's been the conversation of this whole conference. As Alon said, we were at the Johnny Cash Museum last night. Nashville is just a phenomenal place. And so if you were to be able to stay over, what would you do this evening in Nashville?
I would certainly visit the Patsy Cline Museum and the Johnny Cash Museum. Big Patsy Cline fan. I like this kind of music. I like music way too much. The other thing is there's a band that it turns out Alon's going to see tonight called the Time Jumpers, and it's basically the best studio musicians in Nashville and hence in the world, really, in the kind of music they play. And they play at a place called Third and something or other. Third and Lindsley. But it's an excellent band. Vince Gill sits in as the lead singer, but he's not always there. Anyway, that's what I would do. And I've got to come back because I've been a fan of that band for 10 or 15 years, and I've never seen them live. So.
Well, in about 15 minutes, it's going to be sold out. So.
I've got some tickets.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Sold
already
out.
Is sold out. Oh, gosh. Okay. Should have known. All right. Well, next time then. And for now, thank you so much for giving us your time today, Chair Powell. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, everybody, you've been listening to Fed Chair Jay.
All right, so that was interesting because, as you can see, the market really sold off kind of as I was looking for it to. Right now, you know, we're in a little bit of a recovery. I'm still waiting to see. Are we gonna keep springing upwards, or if we're gonna get a rejection? I'm expecting a rejection and us to keep making even further lows here. So. Further lows will be a greater confirmation. If we make all-time highs, I mean, that's really gonna be unexpected. I suppose it wouldn't be impossible, though, so we'll see what's gonna happen here. Let me just get things going. But yeah, that drop on GME too, that was a surprise for me to see it actually finally happen, because I was waiting for it all day long and it didn't happen, and I was starting to think I just wasn't gonna get it. But there was our correction back to the EMA 200. So we are pushing up for now 22.95. That was great though. I did make a couple purchases there. That was really what I was waiting for all day long, so I'm glad it finally happened. So now we just gotta wait and see what the SPY ends up doing. I think GME's probably just going to gradually recover throughout the day. Maybe make intraday lows during intraday highs, I mean, in power hour, but I don't know. We'll see. But I really would like to see the SPY continue to sell off as a confirmation for us. Yeah, some of the things that I heard him saying, I was pretty concerned about, in terms of like if he was trying to set up the market or just trying to be tactile. So we'll see though. I'm really expecting some big red bars here in the near future for the SPY. GME now slowly gaining to the upside, 22.97. GME $23 now, back up, gonna at least come up to about 23.08 here soon, and decide what it wants to do around this EMA 200. SPY has retraced up to the EMA 200, trying to decide what it wants to do. Starting to think it is going to break down. Yeah, GME did not end up liking Jerome talking. 2311 now, though, slowly starting to break above this EMA 200. So was the SPY as well, but I'm expecting us to not break much further. Still kind of just waiting for the market to do something here. Sorry, I just looking for something exciting here. Everything just feels like it's at a standstill right now. Dollar's starting to come down. Be interested to hear what mainstream media has to say about the reason why we're dropping off today. SPY about to shift red on the 1 minute MACD. I wonder how many shares Roaring Kitty's gonna come back with. You know, assuming that, let's pretend, you know, he ends up streaming on Wednesday. What number is so wow that it just takes your breath away? I don't even remember what he was. Was it 20 million before that he had before? So it's like if he came back with like 200 million? Oof, wait, that sounds like too much. 65 million.
monsters at your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. 'Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army.
So, I think I should at least say that I feel like there's going to be a big sell-off on the SPY, and you know, obviously it means a lot of the market coming up, maybe overnight, maybe before the end of the day. I don't know. I would think probably overnight or sometime tomorrow, the latest. It's just speculation though, but I think I might be right. I don't know. We'll see. It would certainly be more confirmation if that ends up happening. One minute till power hour. Feels like there really could be something coming today. Not from GME, but in terms of SPY going down. There it is, 3 p.m. officially power hour, and we can see already a little bit more volatility coming into the SPY to the downside. I'm guessing that if the SPY comes down hard, it should probably bring GME down with it for a little bit, so we might see even further lows coming up than we just had. I'm gonna be right back real quick. Still waiting for Spy to do stuff. Oh, I forgot to grab my water. Gosh darn it. Get back. Alright, well, what do we got going on? GME right now, 2304, started coming down a moment ago when the Spy started coming down, but the Spy recovered for now. I do think the Spy is going to continue coming down here in just a little bit, which again, that should bring down GME as well in just a little bit. These are among the final dips that we're going to see, though, on GME, so if anybody was looking to get some, and they're not financial advice, but these should be just about the lows coming up. At least the lows of the week from this point on, just about.
Gave you too much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules.
GME back below $23 now, $22.93.
Go on, just do what you do. And it hurts. As I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, oh. Let me bleed. As I bleed for rain seems to follow, like a shadow dark and cold to the touch. Am I insane not to let go? Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me
just rather watch me fall from a quarter mile. I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it off, you'll see who had it all. You had it all.
Really? I'm not ignoring anybody, no. Wait, what time was that? Oh, that was a while ago. So sorry. No, I didn't have my chat updating. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. Well, I should know what happens. It's happened before. I actually stopped using speech chat for a minute too. That was the one that was like really reliable. I forgot about that. So I'm sorry. I just refreshed. Actually, so 1000 Quadrillion changed his banner. That's kind of interesting. I don't know how to take this just yet, but I feel like that is kind of significant. I'm sorry about that. I apologize that I missed that. I appreciate you messaging me on Discord. It didn't make a noise or anything. I just happened to look up and see it. But yeah, so anybody have any theories about that? I don't have any theories yet. I'm not sure what to think. Looks like a Dogecoin. Yeah, I was kind of along those lines too. Or I started thinking Chewy, maybe something with the dog stock, but I don't know. Yeah, it'd be interesting if they do announce something with crypto that isn't just like the one coin. If they actually accepted a bunch of coins, that'd be interesting. Still waiting for the markets to do anything interesting. Might have to be till tomorrow. New NFT marketplace. Sorry about that, Majanone. I appreciate you messaging me on the Discord. I missed you there. My chat wasn't updating, so sorry about that. Need to start using the other thing more. I knew there was a reason I had that other window open all the time, I just couldn't remember why. GME just bought Chewy. Stock heat map. Looking red. Looking redder than it was looking earlier. Apple's still up 1.59% on the day. A lot of red in the marketplace otherwise. Either red or flat mostly. GME, by the way, cost to borrow 0.45, up again just a little bit. PCC at 0.88 right now. Right in the middle. Just how I like it. Oh goodness, I will let you lead the way though. You know, I don't want to steal the spotlight from you. Show us how it's done. Let's watch from the master first. Oh goodness, yeah, I'm gonna be all over the internet, I can't wait. Gonna be famous somehow. Want something exciting to happen before the end of the day today. Buy some more. Plenty of pineapple where that came from. Seriously, GME just bought Chewy? Oh man, I feel like the price action would be going crazier if GME truly announced that they bought Chewy. I'm not seeing it, my friend. You must have some insider information or the market just don't care about either stock. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I figured. I'm sure if they did buy Chewy, you would have been telling me a long time ago.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but this feels like coming.
40 minutes left in the day. GME currently dropping just a little bit, 22.95. Maybe we'll get something in the last 40 minutes here. SPY's trying to push up again, though. You can see that SPY's never really been able to break back above the levels that it was at before, though. Should be a sign that we are coming down here soon. Maybe overnight? I don't know. Market really just feels like it's holding still right now. Just feels like there's not a whole lot going on. Jeff Jolly, you're really on the dogs. Dog bones to the moon. GME getting into the dog space. Pets in video games. Buy 2 old Xbox games with your pro membership. Get a free puppy. All the way. Gave away a puppy this weekend. Oh man, I want a puppy. Yeah, I've really heard mixed things. I don't really pay a lot of attention to him, but I do hear people talking about him a lot lately. Do you have any feelings, by the way, on that banner change? I don't really know exactly how to feel about that banner change. Really looking for his follower count to drop one more time tonight, though. I mean, I suppose it could wait. It could have to drop tonight. It would make sense that it did. Yeah, only time will tell. It does look a little bit like Dogecoin, so, you know, we'll see. We'll see. There's gonna be a lot of that. Yep. You know what I'm thinking? I feel like it's not a Dogecoin though. Maybe it's related to Shiba Inu. I wonder how Shiba Inu's doing right now. Shiba Inu is climbing. To the top of this channel at least. Got rejected at the top of the channel, so. Interesting theory though. Could be just a distraction, who knows? And bonk. Almost 3:30. Maybe something will happen today after 3:30, after daily options contracts go away. Speaks in code. It's all right, Jeff. You just you do you, man. Just be safe. Don't drink and drive. I'm just waiting for Spy to dump. Which again, I think would mean that GME might come down a little bit more here into the close. Which one's the cat?
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love.
Check Discord. Yeah, that pretty much does look like exactly what he posted there. Interesting. Yep, maybe you're just gonna be being right about what his countdown is. Still think it's this week. But yeah, maybe he's pointing something else. Maybe. But yeah, it does look like the exact same thing he posted on the banner. Fresh action takes so long to play out, man. I'm glad it's at least the week, though. You know, this weekend felt like it took so long. Just wanted the week to start, so at least I got some price action. At least something, even if it's slow. We are almost through the first day. 3 days we gotta wait, family. Nothing too hard. We can do it. Spy's trying to push up here. This might be the last push up for Spy. Or maybe I'm just wrong. One of the two. Yeah, I want it. And I want it now, Kenny G. It's okay. We are almost there, family. Almost there. Couple more days. Upside is the next couple days are just going to keep getting more and more exciting. So volume should pick up. And saying that crazier and crazier announcements should probably keep happening. We're at 9 million volume today, which is, you know, still good. On Friday we did 7.5 million volume, so we're still good. Still increasing.
There's a distance between us.
Spy pushed up just now to the EMA 200, got rejected. It could be time for us to come down. Everybody stay calm! Stay calm!
Some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again. We got millions of reasons.
Ugh, something's gotta happen before the end of the day. Something's gotta happen.
Hope we're not too broken. I know I'm not always strong. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again.
Oh, he's been unwell. Not feeling so hot. Poor man. Yeah, always nice when John. Market's still just holding still, not doing anything. Yeah, what's up, Mike? Just holding your breath like the rest of us. Corrupt market? Why do you say that? I mean, other than the fact that it is, but I'm just wondering why you say it. DJI is starting to recover a decent amount here. So is the spy, maybe. Really is, though. I mean, like, take our current situation in general, you know, like, they see something coming. They know what it is. He even kind of alluded to it a little bit in his talk, and to an extent. But they just won't tell us. They're gonna protect the big money and just let it be retail that gets all ripped away. Corrupt. Ken and Griffin will set those prices for us in a free and fair way.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their
19 minutes left in the day. GME right now 22.93. Band's starting to really constrict. Should see a break one way or the other here soon. I'll take it, I'll take it. Oh, I know, that's so true though. Yep. Thank you for your screw up. Whoever all you people are. Thank you for screwing up.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done.
18 minutes, man, come on. Give me some action.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the monsoon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding.
Yeah, have a pineapple. No real updates for GME and AMC on cost to borrow. GME finally starting to get a little bit of a move here. 22.96 pushing up.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way.
Oh, dude, we're gonna have so much pizza. Gourmet pizza. Maybe even DiGiorno.
Lions gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah.
So I wasn't really expecting a last rally here for the spy. You know, maybe I'm just gonna be wrong here, but I'm kind of just looking for a blow off top now. I feel like we got a ways to go till highs though, so I don't know, maybe not. Maybe just a temporary thing here. I don't know, I didn't expect this. Who knows? Big fake out for tomorrow.
sit up now.
Can you dig any deeper now? I gave you all I own, put you on this golden throne, but I'm a little stronger now. You cashed in on my promises, you know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now, a little stronger now.
9 minutes left in the day. GME right now just at $23. SPY ripping to the upside, 573.42. Still wondering if we'll get just something like a blow off top or what is going on here. Dropping AI news, is that really what we're doing?
How do you know how you will feel when everything changes? Where will I go? Where will you be? How will I know? How do you know?
Ew, Amy, ew, 456 on Amy. Not looking too hot. 5 minutes left in the day. 5 minutes remaining. Spy pushing up into the close so far. GME 2301 not really moving. Neither is just about anything else except for whatever's getting pumped in the Spy right now. Probably trying to shake out a couple people, fake people out. See if they can get some of those puts closed before pushing it down. $5.74 even. Spy going nuts. Looking to see it make a blow off top here. Eventually. AMC ripping to the downside, even while GME's going up. Wrap yourself in cheese, now that's a dream. That's a dream worth having. I'm happy to hear that you're pursuing whatever makes you happy, Jeff. Looks like that's basically going to be it for the day. 3:59 now, 1 minute remaining. GME looking like it's going to close right around 23:05. AMC down to 453 and still dropping here in the final couple seconds. Spy up to 574 again. I'm really looking to see something crazy happen overnight tonight though, so we shall see what ends up happening. We're through the most boring day this week. GME should have some interesting days from this point on. So pretty excited. At least, you know, I think news-wise, and so we'll see. We'll see. I've been really looking forward to see what's coming. I am gonna probably just end up calling it here though. 4 p.m.'s about to tick any second now. But I love you guys. Thank you guys so much for coming through today. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go find some food here in a little bit and get some rest. come back here tomorrow before market open. And another day of slowly ticking upwards, I think, is ahead of us. But we're getting closer and closer, family. It is this week, I believe. So, all right, I'm gonna get out of here, though. Thank you guys so much. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. I love you, family. Hodl gang, out.